Start it, Madam Chair. Okay, the live stream is up, so Madam Chair, you can start whenever you wish.
Wonderful, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. Apologies and thanks for your patience, and apologies for the delay. We will begin the meeting today with the clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Vicente.
Present.
Councillor Willens.
Present.
Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Councillor Bowman is in the media event. Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros, you are in, I see you in the event, but your microphone is currently muted. I'll come back to you. Councillor Williams.
I'm here.
Councillor Fortini.
I'm here. Good morning.
Councillor Singh.
Present.
Councillor Dillon.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros. So, Madam Chair, we do have a quorum present. Right now I show Councillor Bowman is absent for other municipal business. He is next door at the media event, and Councillor Medeiros does appear to be present in the session, but hasn't verbalized his attendance. So you have quorum, you can proceed. And sorry, Councillor Chair Santos is present as well.
Thank you very much. Our next item is approval of the agenda, and I see that we have members today who wish to speak to this. Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Paleshi, and then followed by Councillor Dillon. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to add an item to the announcement section on the eruption, volcanic eruption in St. Vincent, please.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Paleshi.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I think Councillor Fortini is up there too. He was first, I think.
Okay, Councillor Fortini, I see him on the list here, but he's
That's
after
okay.
Councillor. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. I wanted to add two issues in camera. One is procurement, and the other one is for Riverstone. I did talk to legal about it yesterday.
So through you, Madam Chair, the second item is on the agenda, the closed agenda. The first item is regarding a procurement matter. Is there more detail without giving the nature of the closed session in terms of the open meeting exception that we need to meet in closed session to abide by?
Yeah, just how procurement is being done. I just raised some flags, and I just want to talk about in camera. On local businesses.
So through you, Madam Chair, is Samir, are you on the line?
Yeah. Yeah, through the chair. I think this can go under closed under the category of negotiations.
Thank you.
And the other issue, yes, it was done by the mayor and myself on Riverstone enclosed. Thank you.
And through you, Madam Chair, so Councillor Fortini, that other item is on the agenda already.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And going back to Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two items that I would like to add. My first item I'd like to add is a discussion around the town hall that just happened in the downtown. Looking for some information with respect to that town hall to come back at a future meeting. And then my second item, which I think is maybe legislative services, I'm not sure, has to do with consulting work for the city of Brampton and the possibility of having a standing item on our agendas regarding consulting. And that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm just giving the clerk some time to make sure that that's in there. Councillor Dillon, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I'd like to defer an item. Just can't find it on my agenda. Peter, can you remind me what the, oh, sorry, here it is. 11.3.1, I want to defer to the next committee meeting. And if we could, for 12.31, just change it to Ontario Dump Truck Association strike update.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Are there any further changes or additions to the agenda today from any members of council? Seeing none, anyone opposed to the approval of the agenda and the agenda items included and deferred? If not, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you, that motion carries. The next item, oh no, here we go. Sorry, I had to actually ask a councillor to move it. We have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the agenda. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Meetings of municipal councils are to be open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well. With a few precautions and limitations, members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting, and the public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways, watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archived video stream, registering with the city clerk's office as a virtual delegate to participate in the meeting, or submitting questions about the agenda, business, and decisions made by committee of council today by emailing the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public meeting record during the 15-minute public question period before the end of the meeting. Our next item is declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do any members of council have any pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act on any matter to be considered on today's agenda? I see none. The clerk will note for the meeting minutes. The next item is consent. As part of our new consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. Any of the following agenda items will not be subject to the consent motion for approval. This includes announcements, delegations, presentations, added new business, member discussion items, member question period, public question period, and I will now start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify verbally, so just ask for the hold, any items to be held for debate. Under the Community Services section, item 8.2.1, a staff report regarding real estate transactions executed by Administrative Authority January 1st, 2020. Any hold? That is in consent. 8.2.2, staff report regarding a request for budget amendment, developer reimbursement for the development of Ore Developments Incorporated Neighborhood Park and Valley Recreational Trail with pedestrian bridge, Ward 8. No holds, that is in consent. 8.2.3, staff report regarding requests to begin procurement for the hiring of a general landscape contractor for the construction of Sesquicentennial Park Activity Hub, Ward 9. No holds, that is in consent. 8.2.4, staff report regarding a request to begin procurement for installation, removal, and maintenance of winter lights at various locations for a 3-year period. I hear no holds, that's in consent. 8.3.1, minutes for the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee.
Please.
That is held by Councillor Williams, thank you. Under the Legislative Services section, 9.2.1, staff report regarding a request for budget amendment, lobbyist registry upgrade solution. No holds, that is in consent. Nothing to hold in economic development. Corporate Services section, item 11.2.2, 10.2, staff report regarding capital project financial status report Q4 2020.
Hold on, sorry.
Is that a hold?
Yeah, 10.2.1, Councillor Bowman wanted that held.
10.2 or 11.2?
10.2.1 in economic development.
That there's nothing to hold there because there's a presentation on that.
Is there a presentation on the Brampton
Yeah.
Tourism Spec? Okay, and we're now at 11?
Yep.
Yeah, 11.2.2.
Okay, that is held by Councillor Willens.
Councillor Bowman wanted to hold that.
Councillor Bowman?
And 11.2.4 are the two items he wanted held.
I don't think we can hold that one, is my understanding.
Madam Chair, there is a presentation for
why not?
11.2.4 as well. That's why it's not identified for consent.
Oh, okay. There's a presentation?
That is correct.
Okay. Very good. That's it from Councillor Bowman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. So next is 11.2.3 staff report regarding an investment report for the year ending December 31st, 2020. Any holds on that one? That is in consent. Public Works and Engineering section 12.2.1 staff report regarding initiation of subdivision assumption 4X Development Inc. Any holds? Ward 6, that is in consent. 12.2.2 staff report regarding initiation of subdivision assumption Kindwind Development Corporation. Any holds? That is in consent. 12.2.3 staff report initiation of subdivision assumption Scottish Heather Development Inc. That is in consent. 12.2.4 staff report B City designation for the City of Brampton. That is in consent. 12.2.5 staff report request for budget amendment Brampton 1 million trees program update. Any holds on that one?
Well,
That
please. Just, yeah, Councillor Bowman.
Perfect, Councillor Willens, thank you very much. 12.2.6 staff report
Hold that
regarding
one too, please.
12.2.6 regarding South Fletchers is held by Councillor Willens. 12.2.7 staff report regarding request for budget regarding barn reconstruction and historic Bovaird House. That is in consent. 12.2.8 staff report request for budget amendment, the City of Brampton Lawrence Scots Military Museum. That is in consent. 12.2.9 staff report traffic bylaw administrative update. That is in consent. 12.4.1 correspondence from William A. Adcock, Chair, the Regimental Museum of the Lawrence Scots. That is in consent. Closed session items, 15.2, open meeting exception under section 239, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations. Any holds? That is in consent. 15.3, open meeting exception under section 239 of the Municipal Act, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations. 15.3 is in consent. 15.4, open meeting exception under section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. 15.4 is in consent. Well done, everyone. The clerk will now summarize those.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Did you just put 15.1, 15.2, and 15.3 into consent?
15.2 and 15.3 are in consent. 15.1 is not.
Okay.
Did you want to hold 15.2 or 15.3?
I think they should be held, yeah.
Okay, held by Councillor Palleschi, 15.2 and 15.3.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's Councillor Dillon. It was 15.1 is not in consent?
Correct. It is not in consent.
So nothing's in consent and closed, is that correct?
Nope, 15.4 is currently in consent.
Thank you.
Anyone want to hold 15.4? Okay. The clerk will summarize the items to be included on the consent motion for approval. Mr. Clerk, if you could please summarize what is in consent.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of committee. The following 4 items are to be added to the consent motion: 8.2.1, 8.2.2, 8.2.3, 8.2.4. 8.3.1, under Community Services section, the minutes of the Community Safety Advisory Committee meeting of March 25th have been held by Councillor Williams. Under Legislative Services section, the report 9.2.1 has been added to consent. There is nothing to be added to consent under Economic Development section. Under the Corporate Services section, item 11.2.3 has been added to consent, and item 11.2.2, the staff report regarding capital project financial status report for Q4 2020, has been held by Councillor Willens on behalf of Councillor Bowman. Under Public Works and Engineering section, the following items are being added to the consent motion: 12.2.1, 12.2.2, 12.2.3, 12.2.4, 12.2.7, 12.2.8, 12.2.9, and 12.4.1. The following items under the Public Works section are held for debate. Item 12.2.5, a staff report regarding a budget amendment for the Brampton 1 Million Trees Program update, held by Councillor Willens. And 12.2.6, a staff report regarding a request for a budget amendment and request to begin procurement, zero carbon retrofit of the South Fletcher Sportsplex, has been held for debate by Councillor Willens. Under closed session, item 15.4 is being added to the consent motion. There will be a public motion related to that committee can deal with after closed session today. Item 15.2 has been held by Councillor Paleshi, and 15.3. Both are open meeting exceptions under Section 239, 2B and D of the Municipal Act regarding personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and labor relations or employee negotiations. That is the consent motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to approve the consent motion, and this will be a recorded vote. Over to you, Mr. Clerk.
All in favor of the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman? Councillor Bowman may still be at the city media event. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe Mayor Brown is at the media event. And Chair Santos?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 9-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And I see that Councillor Medeiros is here and also has a question. Go ahead, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. To our city clerk, I know I missed the beginning. My apologies. I received a resident call regarding the agenda. I don't have new agenda items. I just have those 2 last items from last council, which I was supposed to get an answer at this committee, or is it going to next council? I just wanted clarification, Peter.
Through you, Madam Chair, there are 2 closed session items that address those questions.
Well, one of them I don't believe should be in camera, but I'm willing to go in camera first. But one was just I don't think it is, but that's fine. I'll wait to go in camera, and after you can determine if it is or not.
Okay, anything further, Councillor Medeiros?
No, that's it.
Thank you very much. The next item of the agenda is announcements. Item 5.1, we have an announcement regarding the Collision Conference from April 20th until April 22nd of this year. Andrea Williams, Coordinator of Economic Development, is here for the announcement. Councillor Medeiros is the council sponsor for the announcement. And welcome, Andrea, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mayor Brown, members of council, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Andrea Williams, Economic Development Coordinator, and I'm here today to tell you about the exciting opportunity we have with Collision this year. Next slide, please. As some of you may already know, Collision is the fastest growing tech conference in North America. This virtual event provides a unique opportunity to showcase Brampton to more than 40,000 participants online, over 1,000 startups, more than 120 countries, 850 investors, and over 500 speakers. This year, the Economic Development Office will be participating in Collision in an effort to create brand awareness for Brampton's Innovation District, provide opportunities and exposure for Innovation District partners, promote the new International Soft Landing Pad Beehive, generate qualified leads, create opportunities for corporate networking, both current and new, expand our social media reach, secure local and international media coverage, obtain high quality investment meetings, and create new FDI opportunities in the innovation and technology space. Next slide, please. As part of our activation, we have been provided with an opportunity to support a portion of the event known as 40 Words. And 40 Words puts startups front and center to answer the most pressing questions about their business. It's where founders get to introduce their company or tell attendees why they're ready to take off, all in just 40 words. There is a dedicated Brampton branded page for candidates to apply, and successful applicants will have their will have their video broadcast across the main channels during Collision, followed by a logo showcasing Brampton. There are 200 video slots of Brampton branded content across all channels, and they will be played on all pre and post roll, plus on each startup video. So with a Brampton branded intro and outro, landing page, and branded documents sent to all successful applicants, we sure are to make an impact this year. In addition, Collision has provided an opportunity to engage 3 Innovation District partners in Pitch. And Pitch is a Collision startup competition that showcases the world's most promising early startups. The Rick Center, Ryerson Venture Zone, and Sheridan Edge all eagerly agreed to participate as judges. They each received 5 one-minute videos and were asked to evaluate the pitch, provide feedback, and scoring. In addition, Claire Burnett, our Director of Economic Development, will participate in Collision Mentor Hours session. And this event is a series of pre-scheduled group meetings between high-level attendees and a maximum of 8 startups. As a mentor, Claire will donate her time to coach these startups in an interactive group setting. It is a great opportunity to highlight the things that are happening in Brampton's Innovation District, while also creating new relationships with high potential startups. And finally, staff are curating a live 30-minute masterclass session titled The Gateway to Canada, which will showcase Brampton's Beehive, advice on how to expand their business to Brampton, information on our welcoming immigration policies, access to talent, and our diverse economy. Although this year is a virtual event with a limited amount of tickets, we are excited about this momentum that it's building for Brampton. In 2022, Collision intends to host an in-person conference in Toronto, and we look forward to providing council with even more opportunity to engage and participate in the future. Next slide, please. A special thanks to the Strategic Communications Department for developing so many wonderful pieces for this event. From social tiles, media releases, blog posts, and videos, Brampton is sure to stand out this year. Collision 2021 takes place this month on April 20th to the 22nd, and we are so excited to report back and provide you with the results from this exciting virtual conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And we do have a couple of questions and comments. Councillor Vicente, followed by Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Vicente, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Andrea, for that presentation. With all of the challenges surrounding COVID, it's nice to see that Collision is happening again this year. I know that both Councillor Medeiros and I, as the Vice Chair and Chair of Economic Development, that is Councillor Medeiros being the Chair, we were offered the opportunity to participate with tickets, and I believe that it would be great to attend, and we want to attend, but we felt that it would be a great idea if instead of members of council attended that event and participated in Collision this year. We believe it would be really great if those tickets were provided to a local business or an entrepreneur from the city of Brampton who staff would deem to be deserving and appropriate to attend on the city's behalf. And it would be great to have that extra set of eyes and invite them after the collision conference is over to delegate to committee at a future meeting and tell us about their experience and how they feel the city of Brampton reflected at the conference. And with that, I see Councillor Medeiros also has some comments. I will defer, and just with that comment alone, thank you, Andrea, again for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Vicente. I do support those comments regarding tickets giving to local businesses. I think that would be a great opportunity for us to not only support local businesses, but give them an opportunity to showcase and learn more and make that networking connections. I guess to staff, in terms of thank you for the presentation regarding the panelists. Is there something that you'd in terms of would you like to highlight, in terms of tell us a little bit more about the panelists who are going to be joining your session?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the questions and comments. The masterclass session that we're going to be hosting is really exciting for us. It's a 30-minute session specifically for Brampton. We are going to be doing a session kind of highlighting why Canada and then honing in on why Brampton. So Devin Rampal, our Innovation and Tech Sector Manager, will be kind of leading that and hosting that session, followed by Neha Ball, who is the Executive Director of our soon-to-be launched Brampton Beehive. And she'll be talking about their launch strategy, some of the target markets that they're focused on, and how they can participate in Beehive this year. And then finally, we have Amit Chauhan from Job Addicts, who is actually someone who started in New Delhi, India back in 2014 and has actually landed here in the Peel region through the Startup Visa program. And he has such an incredible story. So we're really, really excited to highlight that during our session. And hopefully it will create some opportunity for new entrepreneurs to come to Brampton. So we're really excited about that. And Councillor Vicente, we're very grateful for that. To share those tickets with some local businesses, and we are happy to provide those tickets and have them come back with us and provide some feedback on their experience. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea and Councillor Vicente and Councillor Medeiros. Thank you for the presentation. We look forward to what happens at the conference.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Andrea, and the ECDAV team. Moving on to the next item, we have government relations, which is item 6.1.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
There was an added announcement from Councillor Williams, 5.2, regarding the volcanic eruption in St. Vincent.
That's right. I apologize, my bad. Councillor Williams, an announcement regarding the volcano eruption in St. Vincent. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Friday, April 9th, after decades of inactivity, La Soufrière volcano erupted on the Caribbean island of St. Vincent, forcing thousands of people from surrounding villages to have to evacuate. And that's around 16,000 people who have been evacuated from the island. But then there are a number of people who are there and having to deal with really toxic and dangerous conditions and inches of ash that have fallen as a result of the volcano eruption. Right now, sea containers filled with aid are being collected and to be shipped to the displaced families that are there. And the Consulate of St. Vincent and Grenadines in Toronto has provided a list, everything from masks, towels, deodorant, foods, medical equipment, and so on and so forth. So there is, I'm doing a drop-off at 290 Balmoral Drive on Saturday at socially distanced drive-through drop-off, and myself and another resident will be taking items that are left to the shipping containers. And so it's just a call out if anybody is has any items they want to donate, please do so. Brampton does have a vibrant St. Vincentian community, and all islands around are really feeling the impact. Even islands as far as Barbados are dealing with soot and ash that has fallen and traveled. So this has been very devastating to the island, and during a pandemic, it's one added layer of difficulty that people are having to deal with. So if anybody has items they would like to donate, we'd really appreciate them. Thank you.
Do any members have any questions or comments regarding this announcement? Seeing none, thank you very much, Councillor Williams, for bringing that to everyone's attention. Brampton is very generous when it comes to these things, and so I would imagine a lot of people will be contributing. Our next item is 6.1 Government Relations, and Blaine is here with the presentation for committee. Blaine, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you, and through the chair. This week there was no scheduled meeting at the region of Peel. The next scheduled regional council meeting is Thursday, April 22nd at 9:30. So we will, if we could just move forward, please, to the second slide. Alrighty, I will start with provincial updates. So as anticipated on April 7th of this year, the province declared the third provincial emergency. Effective Thursday, April 8th, the government issued a province-wide stay-at-home order requiring everyone to remain at home except for essential purposes. Last Friday on the April 9th, in response to the growing pressure on the ICU capacity within the hospital sector, the province issued 2 temporary emergency orders under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. The orders aim to maximize system capacity by allowing redeployment of healthcare professionals and other workers and flexibility to transfer patients to alternate hospital sites across the province. The province continues to increase capacity of COVID-19 vaccine rollout with an addition of over 700 pharmacies province-wide. The Provincial Ministry of Labour inspectors have also conducted a series of zero-tolerance workplace inspections in sectors and regions hardest hit by COVID-19, which includes the region of Peel. We could move to the next slide, please. For our federal update this morning, the public affairs staff are tracking the 2021 budget announcement, which is scheduled for Monday, April 19th. Staff will provide members of council with a preliminary overview of the budget once it's released on the 19th, followed by a more detailed analysis following the next day, or within that day if we're able to get it completed on time. I also wanted to echo the recent announcement of funding for the Rose Theatre and recognize the efforts of staff to secure this joint federal and provincial funding. Excuse me. Lastly, yesterday, the federal government, together with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, launched the Community Buildings Retrofit Initiative. This $167 million initiative over 6 years is part of FCM's Green Municipal Fund, and it will support municipalities and not-for-profit organizations in taking retrofits and other upgrades to lower emissions by improving energy performance, lowering operating costs, and extending the life of community assets such as arenas, pools, libraries, and recreation and cultural centers. The public affairs team are reviewing the available information to assess the potential for funding and partnerships to advance energy efficiency and low emissions projects. As of yesterday, April 13th, the federal government introduced the proposed amendments to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act of 1999 to recognize Canadians' right to a healthy environment. Both of these initiatives are well aligned with the term of council priorities of Brampton being a green city and the city having declared a climate change emergency. We can move on to slide 5, please. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario provided an update on the preparation for the 2021 virtual AMO conference, including topics and sessions that will be offered to conference participants. AMO is also preparing developing a new panel entitled The Path to Economic Recovery and Bringing Back the Women's Leadership Forum. We also anticipate details on securing delegation meetings with Ontario cabinet ministers and Ontario party leaders to advance the city's advocacy priorities. Registration for the conference is open, and the early bird rates apply until April 30th, 2021. The Public Affairs team is happy to assist members of council with the registration process. So if you have any questions at all, just please forward me an email, and we will make sure that we provide any assistance that's required. If we could move forward onto the next slide, please. All right, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities virtual conference is also approaching quickly. The conference takes place from May 31st to June 4th, and this slide outlines the proposed advocacy positions for the city. The Public Affairs team are working to develop advocacy materials and provide members of council with any required support. Public Affairs staff will also provide pre-conference briefings to members of council who may be interested in preparation for the conference. We could move to the next slide, please. An important part of the FCM conference is the election of the board directors. This slide provides an overview of the process with key dates and requirements for prospective candidates. All members of council who register for the annual conference will be automatically registered to vote virtually or by phone. Registered voters will receive a detailed email from FCM with instructions on how to vote online. So there's just some key dates in that last slide around the FCM conference and also the election for the board of directors. So this concludes my presentation for this week. I'm happy to field any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Blaine, for the presentation. I don't see any members of council with particular questions, but I know that as a board member of FCM, I am interested in seeking the re-election for the board. Last year, I was elected in November because there was a delay in the conference of FCM due to COVID. Normally it happens in June. And because they are having it now, as per normal schedule in June, I am looking to seek re-election. And I'm hoping to count on councillors' support so that we can submit an official resolution in that order or to that. And I believe Mayor Brown has a motion to, yeah, okay. So Mayor Brown has a motion to get an official resolution from council for me to seek re-election to the board. And I believe the clerk has that motion as well.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll bring that motion up momentarily.
Mayor Brown, did you have any further comment or question?
Yeah, I would just say, as I have before, I think it's in Brampton's best interest to have councillors who wish to play a broader role and give us a broader voice. And it's why when councillors have stepped up to the plate, like Councillor Vicente did with AMO, Councillor Santos with FCM, Councillor Willens when it came to the Global Covenant of Mayors, I just want to say that I'm grateful for that you're willing to take time out of your already busy schedule to advocate on issues that we care passionately about, and I'd be happy to move that motion.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and thank you, Councillor Vicente, for offering to second the motion. I will say that being at the board table, even though it's been a shortened term, the voice of Brampton has been repeatedly shared, including examples of the things that we have been prioritizing, including electrification of transit, our transit issues, in particular, the Safe Restart Agreement, active transportation, etc. And at the board table, as well as in advocating to the federal ministers through FCM, those examples are shining through. And so there is tremendous value, of course, to have our voice represented at that table. And in fact, there have been one particular federal announcement that was in part due to the initiatives that the City of Brampton is taking. So thank you very much, Mayor Brown, Councillor Vicente. Do any members have any opposition to the motion? If not, your vote will count in the affirmative. Seeing none, that motion passes. Thank you very much to my colleagues. And thank you, Blaine, for your presentation. I have a motion from Councillor Vicente to accept your presentation or to receive the presentation. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, thank you, Elaine.
Great, thank you.
Our next item of the agenda is 6.2, which is the COVID-19 emergency update from Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Santos. Sorry for the delay today. I was at our weekly COVID-19 update, and Councillor Bowman and Mayor Thompson of Caledon were with us, and we had lots of questions. And it's a challenging time right now with the third wave, and there was a more detailed update that was required. So to give you an update, this third wave is really hitting us hard in Peel region, and I've got the latest numbers here just to start off with to give you context of where we are. Right now, the positivity rate is the highest it's ever been in Brampton. It's 20%. That's the highest positivity rate we've had. The Peel overall average is 15.9. The reproduction number, now this is important, it's how fast it's reproducing, and you want to be under 1. No municipality in Peel is under 1. The highest reproduction rate is in Caledon at 1.39, and then Mississauga and Brampton both have a reproduction number of 1.18. So those are 3 high numbers across all municipalities. The incidence rate per 100,000, remember you want to be below 100 if you're going to have restrictions lifted. Remember, you want to be below 100. Right now it's 381 in Brampton, 305 in Caledon, 226 in Mississauga. In terms of variants of concern, the B117 lineage has been the most prevalent, with over 291 cases in Brampton, 218 in Mississauga. So we're dealing with variants that are moving faster. It's why I've been pushing hard to get more vaccine supply. This virus is not equitable and fair, and the government's dropped the ball provincially and federally when they did a rollout that was equitable and fair. To treat every province the same, to treat every city the same, doesn't work, because this virus it attacks people differently. If you're in a dense urban area, it spreads faster. If you're in a crowded factory versus a executive setting where you can work from home, it moves differently. It attacks crowded settings, and it attacks essential workplaces that are crowded and have to remain open. And so we've been on the receiving end of a lot of the transmission, and it's why the vaccine pivot that was announced last week by the provincial government was so critical. But I have to say, we're still waiting on the details. Every day I get requests from factories saying, we want to be vaccinated. I've had companies even say that they've got their own doctors and nurses on contract that they will use to vaccinate their employees. I have people email me every day saying they're in the 18 to 49 cohort. Province says they can get vaccinated, but they call Peel Public Health and they can't. The issue is supply, 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 supply. Dr. Lowe told me he would vaccinate all these groups, but he needs vaccines. There's a false belief out there right now that the supply issue is fixed. It's not. They just canceled literally 10,000 appointments to Scarborough because the vaccine supply chain fell apart. They just canceled the clinics in Wonderland, New York region, because they ran out of supply. Right now, we are holding the line, but we barely have enough supply for the appointment. Forget about new appointments. Forget about expanding it to factories in 18 to 49. They barely have enough supply to vaccinate the seniors that have booked right now. They have 3 weeks of bookings that haven't booked out, and they barely have enough supply given the Moderna shipment's been delayed. And so one of the biggest issues continues to be supply, and we're hoping that it would no longer be a supply issue, but that's where we are. And the way it's working provincially is part of the vaccine pivot, not quite where I want it to be. 75% of the vaccines in the province are dealt with equitably. So 75% of the vaccines go out across the province equally. 25% are spread out based on COVID numbers. Really, it should be 100% of the vaccines are based on COVID numbers, not only 25%, but that's where the pivot is right now. So I'm going to continue pushing. I want to thank City Council for your efforts last week on mobile units. Councilor Medeiros spearheaded that at the region and at City Council. That's helpful. It's really started a conversation. But as the province has said, and as Sir Dr. Lowe has said, he can't give any of his allocation that is currently for seniors in booked appointments. He can't take that allocation and give it to factories because he'd have to cancel appointments for seniors. And so we're in a conundrum right now where there are worthy groups. I want our essential workers vaccinated. I also don't want to see appointments canceled on seniors. These are two worthy groups. And so the only solution is supply. We need our vaccine. This is where the fight is. And because they didn't prioritize Peel, because they didn't prioritize Toronto, this is why it's spreading out across the province. So that's my rant. That's my update. And sorry if I sound frustrated, but I just know this was avoidable if we had proper vaccine supply earlier on. And one of the reasons we're losing this fight against the variant is because we didn't vaccinate quickly enough. Okay, questions. I see the first question is Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to the Mayor. Thank you for the rant, and you continue to push and do everything that you can do, and that's, I guess, where the frustration is. There's only so much that we can do. If you recall, at the region meeting last week, I talked about this new double mutant variant that that is being reported coming out of California and India. And like the UK and the Brazil variant, that the government actually, the federal government actually stopped all flights going in and out of the UK, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. And I think here's another opportunity for the feds to step up to do something about California and India with this double mutant. This thing about the double mutant is they're not even calling it a variant. It's almost like a whole new virus with its high protein and the ability to escape the immune system. So I know you talk about vaccine, but here we have a virus that has and it's still early, it's still new, but all the scientists that are studying it now are in a roundabout way saying that there isn't a vaccine for this double mutant, and that's the concern. Viruses have the ability the viruses change all the time. That's what they do. But when you introduce two different variants and it becomes a double mutant, it's something a little bit different. So I talked about it last week. Dr. Lowe had, briefly just provided some comments, but that's my concern. When I talked about us going into stage wave 2 and wave 3, and now the fact that this double mutant could be our wave 4 and the huge risk that it has if it comes in here and spreads. That's my concern. I'm not sure what to do other than.
So Councillor Pelletier, great point here. And the way it's been described to me by public health officials is one of the reasons we're losing the battle against the variants is sort of like a snowball. It's going down a hill, and there'll be more and more variants. And what stops that is the vaccines. It stops the branching out of different variants, and then it'll be variants that you can handle where it's simply a booster. And that's why the herd immunity is so critical. But I think, you made a really good point a year ago, and I referenced this in my press conference today. I was asked by a media outlet about why we haven't closed the airports given variants coming into the country. And I know at the beginning of the pandemic, you said that we should write the federal government on closing the airport, which we did. We sent that letter a year ago. And I know Councillor Bowman said to me this morning, I don't understand why they haven't shut it down completely. And we should have done it a year ago. And so maybe if you wanted to do some advocacy on this, Councillor Pelletier, I would welcome another motion on restricting air traffic, given the fact that variants get into the country because of it. You look at the damage that the UK variant did based on travel. You know, I think one of the greatest fatalities in a senior's home was from someone traveling from the UK, giving it to a loved one in their home, then going into a senior's home. But there was 100+ deaths in literally a month. Mm-hmm. And so if Councillor Pellecci wants to work with Peter Fay on drafting a motion as other questions come, I think that would be timely. And I would just say, you know, Councillor Pellecci, you were 100% right a year ago. I wish you were our federal minister of transport a year ago. I think Canada would have been in a much better position. I don't see any reason why there should be leisure travel right now. If someone's coming home from being overseas, that's fine. There should be channels to come home. If it's medical supplies being brought into the country, or food, or logistics through commercial packaging and logistics, that's one thing. But I don't see any rationale for leisure travel during a pandemic. Zero. So, Councillor Pellecci, would that be of interest to draft a motion along those lines with Peter?
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, it goes with what you're saying about the vaccines and the lack thereof. And so what else can we be doing? And this is definitely something that everybody's talking about. It's something that needs to be done, because it's just something else that can protect not only the vulnerable, but, you know, I know of a 30-year-old that recently got COVID. Not recently, it's been a few months now, and she is now having to learn how to walk, how to speak. It affects people in different ways, and so that's my concern. So yeah, I'm happy to work on something with Peter, and hopefully have that back by before the end of the meeting.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Pellecci. Councillor Fortini, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the mayor, thank you for what you're doing. I just got an email saying that now the province, if anyone has companies and like a mobile coming over, they're going to be sending mobiles to companies for the vaccine.
That was the provincial announcement. What's unclear is where the vaccines are going to come from. Initially, they said it would come from the local health unit. The local health unit says they have no vaccines. They can't take vaccines from seniors. And so we're waiting for details on the province on where the vaccines are going to come from. The stated goal of the province is bang on. I'm glad they're saying they want to vaccinate factories. And as soon as they can start, the better. You know, their recognition that essential workplaces and hotspots are where we need to focus is 100% correct. And I would say I'm impatient when it's going to start. I wish it would have started 3 months ago. I wish it would have started last week. The announcement was last Wednesday, and I am cautiously optimistic, given they've stated this goal, that it will start any day now. But every day I'm waiting to see when it's going to start.
Yeah, thank you. Yesterday, I remember I was up at the hospital getting my vaccine, and I asked, and they said they have they're not shortage of vaccines. So there's so much missed messages out there. And we're confused. You imagine how the residents are. We're getting so many complaints and emails. When's my turn? When's my turn? And I think, you know, they got to give a little bit more messages, a little bit better to residents and us too. Even at the region, Dr. Lowe, you know, one time shut down, one time reopening, and it's just going to kill everyone. It's, you know, I was at the bank yesterday morning, and there was a couple there crying that they couldn't pay their credit card. And, you know, how are you going to pay a credit card when you're maxed out and it's 22%? That's criminal. When you get a mortgage at 1.7%, you get a line of credit at 3.5%, and credit cards are charging 22%. That's just, at the end of the day, there's no way someone will pay that unless they own a property and put a line of credit or mortgage on their home. And if they are renters, which we have many, it's unfortunately these people are not going to be able to do it. Anyway, but
seeing camera, I don't know.
But we'll see what. Hoping that, you know, that the province pushes more, and I think some of these companies are also willing.
Counselor, it's just.
Point of order. There's just somebody who is off mute. Just Jane, I think you're off mute. Okay, perfect. Councillor Fortini, go ahead.
Yeah. And I think, a lot of these companies are willing to pay. Probably, it's safer for them to pay for the vaccine and what the service is, and keep their employees healthy and keep them working, because at the end, if they're home, they're all losing more money in business wise. Anyway, thank you what you're doing, and hoping that they will roll out this quickly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fertini, for the important points. Next question is to Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mayor Brown, for that update. I just to kind of add on to what Councillor Fertini was saying about the mixed messages, there seems to be confusion around the message of 18 and older, or come in if you are in the age range of 50 and up. So just to clarify for those who are in Brampton who just need to know if is Brampton going by age, or is Brampton open in the hotspots for 18 and up to get the vaccine?
So Dr. Lowe has said that they're only doing those over 50 in Peel Region and in hotspots. He says that as for the provincial announcement of those being vaccinated between the ages of 18 and 49, he doesn't have that supply, and so he can't start until he gets that allocation. He says that right now, they do not have that allocation.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And just to let you know, that rant was warranted. It is brutal, and the frustration is felt by many. We need more supply, and it needs to come quickly. If not, I think a lot of people are so burnt out and so exhausted by having to stay home, and it's really taking a toll on mental health of all of our residents, and those who can usually deal with stress well are now really starting to feel the impacts of being in quarantine on and off for the past year. So warranted rant, and any way we can thoroughly support us, motions coming forward about the airlines, because I also read articles that planes that are coming into Brampton, into the airport there, usually have at least 5 to 10 rows with one confirmed case coming off of the airline. So they definitely are coming into the GTA through the airlines, and so I do support us making them push loud and clear to shut that down if we can. So no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, and over to Council. Actually, before I say this, to pass it to Councillor Pleshy for his motion, I just wanted to say one encouraging update we got from Dr. Lowe today is there's been some reporting of missed appointments or wasted vaccine. Dr. Lowe reported today there has not been a single wasted vaccine in Peel Region, that canceled appointments are very rare. Evidence being on Saturday, they had 100% turnout for appointments, and that on the rare occasion, if someone cancels an appointment, they always have a standby list waiting of public health workers or healthcare workers that take the vaccine that may not have been the initial prioritization. So it's encouraging to know there is no wasted vaccines in Peel. Councillor Pleshy, do you have that motion?
I don't. We're going to work on it a little bit. We do have something, but we're going to work on it a little bit, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Madam Chair, and have it back to committee before the end of the meeting. Is that okay?
So Councillor Santos, are we able to stand this down till the end of your section?
Yeah, that sounds good. We'll wait until that motion is drafted. We'll bring it back later in the agenda when it's ready. Councillor Pleshy, just let me know.
But I think maybe you just need a motion to receive my report then.
Correct. We have a motion moved by Councillor Pleshy to receive the update from Mayor Brown regarding COVID-19 emergency. Anyone opposed to this motion? I'm seeing none. That carries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for expressing the frustration felt by many of us in the city of Brampton. Our next item of the agenda is public delegations. Item 7.1 was withdrawn from the meeting agenda at the request of the delegation to be added to a future meeting of the agenda, of a future meeting agenda. Item 7.2 is a delegation from Nick Rolfe, partner, and Rob Hacking, manager, KPMG LLP, regarding business improvement review insurance RFP. We also have the related staff report 11.2.1, which we will bring forward at this time and after the delegation. Welcome, Nick and Rob.
Thanks very much. And good morning, everyone, and to the committee. My name's Rob Hacking, Senior Manager at KPMG, and I led the review and our analysis of the Business Improvement Review of NRFP 2020-151, the procurement process for insurance and risk management services undertaken by the City in 2020. So you'll see our report as part of your packages on page 188, and I'll just give you a brief overview of our review and the findings. So our review was split into two phases. So the first phase of our review was to review the concerns raised by ARMA, insurance brokers, as part of the procurement process and assess whether the city's response was appropriate and in line with their bylaws and RFP requirements. So based on the documentation provided to us, we concluded that the city did act in compliance with its procurement bylaw and RFP requirements in their response to the concerns raised by ARMA. This was concluded through review of supporting documentation, which was provided to us by the city, including all the communications with ARMA throughout the procurement process. We include on Appendix A of our report a timeline of the key processes, which just talks through the procurement process from the original release of the RFP through to the appointment of the successful bidder. So we've included all of the analysis and all of the key communication points there. And as I said, this was all done based on the documentation provided to us, and we confirmed based on our review of that documentation that the city acted in compliance. The second part, or the second phase of our work, was to review the city's procurement processes more generally across insurance purchases to assess whether procedures or processes should be revised or further clarified given the allegations made by ARMA insurance brokers, and provide any recommendations or improvement points that we see. So our review noted 3 improvement opportunities for the city, which we have included in Appendix B of our report. We discussed these with management. Management was supportive of our recommendations and agreed with the ones we proposed, and are looking to implement these for future insurance procurements. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Rob. Do any members have any questions for the KPMG delegation? I don't see anyone on the board at this time. Mr. Clerk, would now be a good time to bring the report forward as well. I can actually just move on to receive the delegation. I have a motion from Councillor Bowman to receive the delegation from KPMG. Anyone opposed? Being none, that motion carries. Thank you very much, Rob, for the delegation. Should we now bring in up the report 11.2.1, corresponding report on this, which was also held, or there was interest, I believe, from Councillor Bowman on this. Okay, I have Councillor Vicente who would like to move the report. Anyone opposed? That motion carried. Thank you very much. Our next delegation is 7.3 from Raghav Patel, Brampton resident, a request for traffic lights on Wanless Drive, west of Queen Mary Drive, Ward 6. Welcome, Raghav. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Before this presentation, I want to recommit to learning more about the treaty lands and territories of the Mississaugas of Credit, land on which the City of Brampton operates. Members of Council, I'm here today to request the addition of traffic lights at a couple intersections along Wanless Drive, west of Queen Mary Drive. Next slide, please. Wanless Drive connects Hurontario Street to Winston Churchill Boulevard. Next slide, please. In between Hurontario Street and Mississauga Road, Wanless Drive is a 4-lane road. Next slide, please. In the last few years, housing subdivisions have been and are being built along Wanless Drive, in between Van Kirk Drive and Mississauga Road. Next slide, please. For streets that connect a neighborhood to a main road, it's important for a traffic light to be installed to ensure the safety of drivers and pedestrians. Wanless Drive is now a main road because of all the development along it, but some intersections connecting Wanless Drive to the neighborhoods along it do not have traffic lights. Next slide, please. This is Wanless Drive and Edenbrook Hill Drive. Next slide, please. This is Wanless Drive and Thornbush Boulevard. Please know that these images are a bit old, but should give an idea of the vulnerability of pedestrians and drivers that are interacting with these intersections. Next slide, please. Residents from both of the neighborhoods at these intersections have shared concerns about the safety of these intersections, especially during the morning rush hour when left turn lanes turning onto Wanless Drive are packed and the drivers are making rushed left turns to get onto Wanless. Many residents have witnessed horrible collisions, causing cars to be flipped over and severe harm to people involved, only because they tried to rush a left turn onto Wanless Drive. Next slide, please. In conclusion, traffic lights need to be immediately installed at Wanless Drive and Edenbrook Hill Drive and at Wanless Drive and Thornbush Boulevard. In accordance with Vision Zero, it is important to proactively build safe roads so that we prevent collisions. And as housing developments expand in that area, it is important that this kind of traffic infrastructure is being set up right away as residents are moving in, instead of years later. Thank you to the City of Brampton staff for setting up this delegation and running the slideshow, and thank you all members of council for your time.
Thank you very much, Raghav, for your delegation. Councillor Willens has a comment. Go ahead, Councillor Willens.
Yeah, I'd like to just receive the delegate, but before I do, I think Acting Commissioner Jane Holmes may have a comment in regarding to the delegation's concerns along Wanless, because I know there has been some requests for traffic lights in there. So maybe if Jane, if you're on the call, you can just give us a quick update. And thank you for coming in.
Great, thank you, Councillor Willens, and through the chair, I just wanted to mention that we have been looking at traffic lights on Wanless, and those two intersections in particular are actually on our work plan to be installed in 2022. The design for both of those are underway right now. One of the things that we have to do through 2021, other than making sure that we get the design done, is ensuring that the work on the other side of Edenbrook, I think you can see on the pictures that there's some work from the developer that needs to be done on the north side. So we are coordinating with that developer to get that work done. And then the plan is to get going on the design so that we can do those installations in 2022. So if I could offer the delegate, we'd be happy to connect with you so that we can keep you updated on the process. I know usually we would come back with a report, but as we're already doing the work anyway, and that we'll be requesting the funds through the special reserve for this through the 2022 budget, it might be more efficient for us just to keep in touch with the delegate and with the ward councillors on how we're proceeding on this. So anyway, I'm happy to take direction either way.
Thank you, Jane. No, I just knew that we had been doing some work there as well. But if you want to connect with the delegate, please feel free, and that's great. Thanks.
I'd be happy to do that. Thanks, Councillor. And Mr. Clerk, if you could maybe connect me to the delegate, then I'd be happy to reach out.
We will, through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Jane, for that and the suggestion. We have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. That takes us to the community services section. And Mr. Clerk, I believe everything in this section was put into consent with the exception of the Brampton Safety Advisory Committee minutes, which were held by Councillor Williams. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the minutes on section BCS 009-2020, That includes the request for the city in collaboration with the Peel Regional Police and the Region of Peel to facilitate a town hall on gun and gang violence, to allow the opportunity for the community to discuss the impacts of gun and gang violence in their neighborhoods. That was a recommendation put forward by the subcommittee in the gun and gang violence. Our Community Safety Advisory Committee has regional staff representation, as well as Superintendent Chinzer from the Peel Regional Police 21 Division, and they were all in support. There was unanimous support during the committee to see the city facilitate this type of discussion, and all of the members of the community saw the town hall as an opportunity for the city and the region and PRP to be able to hear how residents are impacted by gun and gang violence activity in their community, and what solutions we can develop as a result of the feedback out of the town hall. And so hearing from the community, to me, always helps us develop best practices, and I'm very impressed with the motivation of the Gun and Gang Violence Subcommittee and all the members of the Community Safety Committee to be bold and put forward this recommendation. So I would like to remove the preface in the recommendation that says it is the position of, to make it a recommendation of the Committee of Council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Anything further at this point?
No, I'm just putting that forward, and for it to be an official motion that we strike, so that we can strike out it is the position of peace. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's nice to hear the committee talk about things like this. It's certainly a committee that has a lot of big ideas. We talk about this at I think we talked about it early on in this term, and we did talk about it last term for sure, where we had Chief Evans come and delegate to council, and I think that's certainly a beneficial to not only this council but to residents to get additional information. I think that as we all know, guns and gangs certainly don't abide by the borders that we have for the municipalities. Therefore, I think that it would be beneficial to have something like this set up at the region with the full support and participation of not only the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, but Mississauga Safe City, and also I'm not sure what Caledon has currently set in place, but if there is anything in Caledon to be part of this. So I'd like to refer this as information to the region, to have region provide their comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paleshi. So that is a referral of this motion to the region for information. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So Mr. Clerk will add there. Any further comment? Okay, I have a question from Councillor Williams. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for clarification, and I know all the members are going to ask, what is the referral going to do? And is that going to prevent us moving forward with this? Or so if you can kind of just explain that this referral, is it going to slow things down, or what is the intention?
Madam Chair, that's a question to me.
Yes, thank you,
Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, given the world that we're living in right now, and resources being really stretched thin, I think it's a huge opportunity to have this. Timelines, I can't speak to timelines because I think this is something that should be done at the region, but I know that everybody, all the regional councillors know the amount of work that the region's doing, and all of us know the amount of work that we're doing here at the city. Not saying that this isn't an important discussion, but certainly a discussion that should be had at regional council.
Okay, great. So thank you for that clarification. I think it's important that we have this referred to the region. I know that the committee does have regional representation there, and they were really excited. I know you heard that as well during the meeting. They were excited about this being a possibility and us looking at this. And so as long as, once it's referred to, can we get a timeline, or is it possible to have, I know you said you can't give a timeline, but is it possible for us to have some kind of response before, by the time we have our next meeting in June, so that the committee can really start to look towards preparing and working with the region representatives and staff and everybody who needs to be part of this, get this going. Do you mind? Can I add that as a friendly amendment? Would you take that as a friendly amendment to have response by June?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I can, because I don't know what the region's going to do. Like, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Like, I would say I would want it to come back prior to June, or information to come back prior to June. I don't think that that's a huge ask, but I don't want to I don't think we can put any direction in a referral to another body. But I think a simple maybe phone call. I'm happy to make a phone call and see it'll, but actually through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. Typically, if we send an item to the region, it'll get placed on the next council meeting, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. So if today's recommendation, if it carries, will go to council next week on April 21st, and after which it will go to be communicated to the Region Appeal for consideration at their next available agenda.
Okay.
Thank you. And so, Councillor Paleshi, if you could just review the motion that you're bringing forward, because it says that the recommendation also be referred. I'm not sure if that is your intention, Councillor Paleshi, or if it's just to be referred.
No, that Councillor Williams properly changed the recommendation coming out of the Community Safety Advisory Committee. So I think that referring that whole thing up to the region is the proper course of action.
Okay, thank you. I see that the clerk has adjusted the language accordingly. Any further questions from members of council regarding Councillor Paleshi's motion to refer this to the Region Appeal Council for consideration? If not, I do have some comments. Just very quickly, I'm wondering if, and I can certainly deal with this and add it at the Region Appeal as well. I think that Councillor Paleshi brought up a good point about guns and gang violence being a broader GTHA-wide issue. I know that Mayor Brown, when he wanted cameras on various 400 series highways, made a point that we have gang members from other jurisdictions in surrounding municipalities who come to Brampton and cause problems. So understanding that this is a broader GTHA-wide issue, I think what would be great is for us to get an understanding from the province what they are doing, perhaps get an update from the province. We could ask Sylvia Jones, who is the Solicitor General and represents Peel Region, or is a MPP for Peel Region, to perhaps send us some correspondence on gun and gang violence and investments that the province is doing to address this issue across the GTHA. Perhaps we could reach out to Pravneet Zakaria as well as Amarjit Sandhu to very importantly get their perspective on what they are doing to deal with the gun and gang violence in Brampton, also as it relates to the broader GTHA. And so I'm happy to actually, if Councillor Williams can make that a friendly amendment, that we, as part of the motion, that we request updated information from the provincial government on their initiatives and investments in Brampton with respect to gun and gang violence. across to include across the GTHA.
Absolutely, I accept that as a friendly amendment. I think it's important that we hear from the federal government and province, and I think it will be really an important piece added to the discussion. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And Councillor Palleschi had also written in the chat box funding from the federal government as well as the province. That information be requested. Perfect. I'll just give some time for the clerk to put that motion on the screen.
So, Madam Chair, as that motion's coming up, just to clarify then, there are two motions here. The first is Councillor Palleschi's referral motion of the Councillor Williams amendment to the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee motion, referral of that to the Region Appeal for its consideration. And then the second motion from Chair Santos is that information be requested from the federal and provincial government on their investments in the GTA HA in regards to addressing gun and gang violence across the region, which could serve as an input into a future town hall.
That would be great. And I think we should invite them to participate to a future town hall if and when that happens. Perfect. Okay, so we have a motion moved by Councillor Palleschi listed above. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Next motion is motion tabled by myself regarding federal provincial government information on their investments with regards to spending in Brampton. And Charlotte, I would add in Brampton and across the GTHA on gun and gang violence, and that representatives be invited to participate in a future town hall. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on in the agenda, we have councillor question period. Do any members of council have any questions regarding this section of the agenda? Seeing none. Public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any emails from the public regarding this section of community services?
There are no questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now pass on the chair to Councillor Bowman to chair the Legislative Services section of committee today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Legislative Services section 9.2.1 was in consent. That moves us down to 9.3.1, and that's a discussion item that I brought forward regarding driveway prosecutions. It's pretty simple. I've had discussions with Commissioner Morrison, and they are at a point now where we've got over 1,000 driveway prosecutions on hold. We put them on hold last year. So I have a motion that was included with the agenda. Whereas driveway prosecutions have been on hold for over 1 year due to COVID-19, whereas the number of current files has grown to over 1,000, whereas the number of files is growing in an unmanageable size, further burdening our staff to keep up with the current caseload, whereas now that the new paving, widening, and other driveway expansion work has begun throughout the city of Brampton, therefore be it resolved that the city resumes its prosecutions of illegal driveways that violate city bylaws once the current stay-at-home order has been lifted by the province. Okay, I see we have Councillor Singh, I guess, to speak to this.
Yes, so just for clarification, can you sort of elaborate on once the current stay-at-home order has been lifted, and does that include when we're in an emergency or not? So could you just clarify that, or could Acting Commissioner Morrison clarify that?
Sure, I can clarify that for you. And if Commissioner Morrison's on the line, he can speak to it as well. But once the current 28-day stay-at-home order has been lifted, that is when I would like to see these resumed to be prosecuted.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, what the council had determined last year was that we were going to put a hold on driveway investigations till the emergency order was over. So that's what we've been doing over the past year. The numbers continue to grow. There are over 1,000 now. We anticipate they'll probably continue to push way past that. So there is a difference between the two orders.
Yeah, but so we're looking at the current 28-day order. It'll probably wrap up in 2 weeks then, correct?
We're hoping that the province will wrap the order up in 2 weeks. I know they're going to review it at the end of next week to see if they're going to require the further 2 weeks.
Okay. Yeah, no, I can't in good faith support this motion at all because this third wave has just ravaged my community in particular. Wards 9 and 10 is absolutely devastated. We saw the numbers today. It's alarming, and I don't think it's appropriate to begin now or within the next 2 weeks to have bylaws show up and start ticketing people and asking them to shorten their driveways or whatnot. I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about doing that to my residents. So I can't in good faith support this motion. When the emergency is over, fair game. I'm also looking for some innovative solutions from our planning department about a yearly charge as well if they're over, because I don't think 1,000 residents should be ripping up their driveways. I don't think that's the best solution personally. But that's a separate discussion. But allow the enforcement within 2 weeks. I can't in good faith support that. I don't think it's appropriate. And some of the phone calls I have to handle these days are just unbearable, and I don't want to be adding this to people's lives. So I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, this is, unfortunately, I think it's long overdue. I think originally when we provided this type of clemency was the idea was to, support our residents and understanding that the duration of this time has gone. The only amendment I would make to it, Councillor Bowman, I'm not sure if you'd be open to a friendly, which would be around communication. But again, maybe Paul Morrison can explain to me, in my idea, what I'm hoping is that there would be some form of notice to residents that we put this on hold for a year and now we will be going out to proceed. I'm just wondering, and I'm fine with waiting a couple of weeks till the order closes, but I'm just wondering from a communication perspective, because what's going to happen is many of these cases go back a year, and we've been holding on them, and I just think there has to be a communication piece around it, so we explain to residents. Any comments there, Paul?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, absolutely. We have been trying to communicate with the community over this for the past little while, probably months. We will continue to do it, and we're trying to do enforcement through softer approaches, letters, advisory notes, etc. We're going to send out another mailer in the tax notice in June. So we've been doing this all along. We don't want to aggressively go out and enforce driveways, but we haven't actually even entertained conversation with owners to start the process or making them aware that their driveway may be too wide or too long. So we have been employing other procedures.
Yeah, and through the chair, I guess another question would be the precedent that we set. I think, for those, and I think you just made a really important point, at least to have conversations with the homeowners, because if neighbors are seeing their homeowner or seeing their neighbors sort of get away with, for lack of a better term, with, larger driveways, and it just proliferates the practice. And if we don't at least start nipping in the bud and start communicating to them that, even though we haven't prosecuted, we're not, or we haven't approached you, it doesn't make your driveway correct. So I'm going to support this motion just because, I supported the time where there was clemency and we held off just because I thought it was a time of need. And I just think that it's been a long duration. And as we're going into the summer months, ultimately, we have these on the books, and we can't let this all pile up, because also the capacity issue, Paul, and, as Councillor Bowman mentioned, the capacity issue, once we go back to normal, for you to go out and go after all these, it just becomes unmanageable. Any comment, if you could just further speak to that, Paul?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have our concern that we are now putting forth our new driveway process with licensed contractors, et cetera. So now driveways are going in, and that is starting to become manageable for us. We, out of that 1,000, haven't stepped foot on properties to investigate, and I would dare say that a lot of those complaints or some of those complaints are probably not warranted, in the sense that somebody's complaining of a driveway that is actually, in fact, in compliance. We haven't been able to do those investigations because we have put the hold on those. So I would venture to say there might be 20 to 40% of our backlog that we can write those complaints off, but we'd have to start the investigation to do that.
Yeah, and thank you. And just my last comment, Chair, is when we're getting residents who contact us about illegal basement apartments, and we know this is all part and parcel to some of these driveway expansions, and I think we can on one end say that we're continue to investigate legal basement apartments, and at the same time allow for these type of driveways, which sometimes are part and parcel. So the only thing I would ask is a friendly amendment that the term appropriate communication with Brampton residents, and I'll leave the word appropriate because that gives you the wiggle room, Acting Commissioner Morrison, to develop an appropriate communication plan that you deem fit with our folks. I don't know if you'll take that as a friendly amendment, Councillor Bowman.
Sure, absolutely.
So I'd like to say one more thing, Councillor Bowman, for you. I'd like to add that John Atbar and his team have demonstrated, we did it with the secondary units because we couldn't do the inspections like we had done in the past. We went to a letter system, and we have gotten great compliance out of that after the initial investigation has started. We would also look at something along the lines of that for the driveways as well. Take a look at a driveway, and we might start with a letter to the owner occupant and then go from there. But certainly we don't want to be aggressive in making anybody rip out a driveway unless it absolutely has to happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Next up is Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the communication program, I have a question. It's related, but perhaps it's not related. But it's when we had passed the amendment to the bylaw a couple of weeks back in regards to the driving contractors. I'm just wondering, is there any? Have we made any movement on the communication plan we were supposed to make for residents going forward who want to widen their driveways? I just want to make sure that we're not continuing to load on and that everybody is educated in terms of what to do when they get their driveway paved.
Councillor Dillon, it's Jason. So through the chair, I just about 10 minutes ago approved SIU for that. Now, noting this conversation, I'm going back to put a hold on it, just pending council's decision here. I think they're similar enough things that I'd probably I'd tie the communications together on if enforcement is restarting on the item. I'd probably tie that into the driveway work rules on that service and information update. So either way, with council's decision, that'll go out today. Thanks.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. And sorry, I missed Mayor Brown way up the list there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowman. So I've had a fair bit of correspondence on this from community groups. Sukhjot Nehru wrote a note, Jovinder Soda from OWA, Sukhinder Sharma, just a few of the names that have written me, Tejwant Singh Mejda. And so the correspondence I've been getting is why during the pandemic, and Councillor Bowman, you have been doing yeoman's work. I'm dealing with illegal basement apartments. I'm grateful for your efforts, because there are some illegal units that are, frankly, safety risks in our community. And if you look at what Chief Boy spoke about, some of the fatalities we've had in perilous conditions, it's worrisome. And I don't want anyone to be taken advantage of. At the same time, I think there are legitimate homeowners who are struggling to pay their mortgage and require supplementary income through a rental unit. And I know we're doing everything we can to bring these units into legal operating units. And so what would our response be to these individuals who are writing the city saying that why can't we wait until the emergency is lifted? And so what response would you have for that? Because I try to have sympathy when I'm getting emails and letters sent to me on a topic to see if there is a middle ground. I think your end goal is a worthy one, but I'm concerned about the timing. Here's a note here from Hoa. Why can't you delay until after the pandemic? The mental stress on taxpayers is unbearable. And then it points about planning process. But what is our response on that with this motion?
Well, I would say, yeah, thank you, Mayor Brown. My response to that is that we have held off even looking at driveways for well over a year now due to the pandemic. I can't tell you how many emails, phone calls, letters I get on a daily basis, and I don't know about other councillors, complaints about my neighbor has just dug up his entire front lawn and has 9 cars parked there. So, I do feel for some of these, and I'm sure Councillor Fortini is going to talk about it, some of these driveways that, are 6 inches to a foot over. But these other driveways that have been expanded beyond, well beyond what a normal driveway would be acceptable, I don't think it's fair to the rest of the houses in that neighborhood who have abided by the laws, have kept their driveways to the regular distances, and now their neighbors have dug up their entire front lawn. They've got many, many, many cars parked there, and we're not even in a position right now where we're even looking at them. I mean, I was with you on the CP24 call this morning, and I mentioned to you that just in this year alone, from the beginning of the year 2021 until this point, we've had 14,000. Nope, sorry, it's 17,000. I got the number here. 17,000 complaints and investigations about breaking of COVID regulations. So, these keep mounting. Our bylaw guys are getting overwhelmed with COVID calls as well. We're 1,000 behind even looking at them, and that's not including probably I can't even say how many that we have on the books that we haven't even looked at yet. I mean, this is getting to a point where it's going to be insurmountable, and nobody has any idea when the COVID restrictions are going to be released. I certainly don't. Dr. Lowe does not either. But I don't think we can continue just putting things off due to COVID. I'm not saying, and I don't think if our bylaw guys go out and find a driveway that's oversized, they're not saying rip this up tomorrow. They're giving fair warning, just like we give fair warning to illegal basement apartments that they need to get into compliance. So, okay, I mean,
yeah, and Councillor Bowman, don't get me wrong. I think you've been very thoughtful about this, and I think we're lucky to have someone focusing on the illegal units. I know it's an issue for your constituents. I guess over to Paul Morrison. Do you have the bylaw capacity to handle all of the COVID complaints and deal with this at the same time?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no.
So
No.
would doing this now shortchange your ability to deal with the COVID calls?
We'd have to prioritize, but COVID would always be my first priority.
So if you don't have, well, yeah. So I don't like the answers I'm getting. Then how would you do two? How would you do both? How would you achieve Councillor Bowman's aim and deal with the COVID calls we're getting during this lockdown?
So we continue to answer all the COVID calls as we are. We have property standards officers that are supplementing the COVID response. They would continue to do it at a lesser level. We reprioritize and give some back to enforcement. We'd also have to look at looking at the driveway situation, and we go after the most egregious ones of violation and prioritize that. But in answer to your question, Mr. Mayor, we don't have the capacity to do all of the driveways and all of the COVID investigations if we blended them all in.
Okay, and let me say, Paul, I know your team does incredible work. You know, we got some of the best bylaw officers in the country, and so this is not meant as criticism. I think you're doing a spectacular job for the city of Brampton, but I also think we need to be mindful of the expectations we place upon your department of what you can handle at the same time. And so, you know, I want to deal with illegal units. I'm just concerned around the timing of this. And so, you know, I would, I wish there was time. I know the motion's here with us today. I wish we could do this at a time that it doesn't divert your efforts from working with public health to enforce, you know, the public health protocols. And I think as the weather gets better, you're going to be more challenged. Would that be a fair comment that in the coming weeks, you know, based on history, when it's nice weather, do more people go out and gather?
Well, absolutely. As the weather improves, the outdoor activities increase, and so do the property standards issues that we encounter, as well as long grass, etc. So there are all the seasonal challenges that the spring, summer will bring.
Okay, and one question that I promised Homeowners Association that I would ask to you was in regards to the issue of surveys. There's complication over the surveys, saying that there's sometimes no survey registered with the city by a builder, but only subdivision plans. And is there anything we can do on the survey to put a greater onus on developers to work with builders, to work with the neighborhood associations? I don't fully understand the nature of the question, but what could we do to make it easier for people that want to comply with legal driveways on the availability of surveys? And is there anything that a city can do that would ensure that builders share their surveys with residents?
Probably don't have the best answer for you, Mr. Mayor, in the sense that that really goes through planning and the building departments. John, are you on the line? No, okay, so John Atbar's not.
Paul, it's Rick.
Okay, go ahead, Rick. My apologies.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to answer the mayor's question, there's not much, unfortunately, that we can do retroactively in terms of collection of surveys. We do have a business process going forward to improve the collection of surveys from builders in the new subdivisions. And really what we do, obviously, in the building division is we retain any records of documents that come through in relation to building permits. So when the home builder comes in, for every new home that's constructed, there is a citing that is submitted as part of the application, but that citing does not reflect the as-built construction, which, you know, sometimes could vary based on what was originally proposed. So retroactively, there unfortunately isn't much we can do. The homeowners typically have to engage a surveyor to conduct that survey. But going forward, we do have policies in place to improve the number of those surveys that we'll be collecting.
Okay, so on that note, what's the average cost to make a driveway legal, to bring a non-conforming driveway to make it legal? Paul, would you have an estimate for me?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, it's tough to really put a number to it, and I'll tell you why. Because some of those driveways are asphalt, some are very ornate driveways, concrete, very complex curbing, etc. So
Give me a range. What would a concrete one be, and what would an asphalt one average? I'm not going to hold you to it, just a ballpark.
Well, it could be an asphalt could be as low as maybe $1,000. Concrete ones could run up into $15,000-$20,000, depending on some of the ones we've seen could run $35,000.
So the homeowners group that wrote me was from the Remembrance, Credit View, Shinkuzi neighborhood, and they were saying to me that this survey requirement, because it wasn't provided by the builder, is $2,500. And I know right now that people are, I didn't realize a survey cost that much to get the survey, but I know people are really struggling because of COVID. I think our council has taken extraordinary steps, deferring property taxes, looking wherever we can to make it a little bit easier in a year where many people have lost employment. And you go business after business and look at some of the layoffs that have happened. There have been serious layoffs. Just look at the airport as an example. And so I'm mindful of the financial pain, and I'm wondering, I support Councillor Bowman's end goal, but I'm wondering what we could do to make it easier for people. And one, if there's any willingness with Councillor Bowman to amend the timing. And then I guess the question I'd have for when we do this, when we're asking people to come into conformity, if there's anything the city could do with providing the surveys to make it easier, and rather than having everyone do it individually, and we're asking these people to spend a fair amount of money that they don't have to come into conformity. And I know they were wrong at the beginning. What they did, creating a driveway that wasn't correct, was wrong in the beginning, but it was to help them get to a legal conformity. And I know I'm throwing this out there, but to the planning department, do we have access to surveys, and is there a way that we could provide them to these areas where there is broad issues with compliance to make it a little easier for them to come into compliance? Is that something the city has access to?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Rick again. Mayor Brown, we do supply surveys where we have them. Obviously, we can't give the homeowner something that we don't have. But if it is in the records, we do provide it. There's a nominal cost for reproduction, but other than that, we do provide the surveys if they are available.
So what is this cost that's being quoted by this homeowners association of $2,500 to get?
Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Fay would like to jump in here.
Okay.
Oh, through you, Mr. Chair, no, that was just a text to yourself. I think there was reference made to Madam Chair, just to verify for everybody that Councillor Bowman is chairing this section of the meeting.
That's okay. The hair's long enough now. Rick probably can't see it. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, what's this cost that's being quoted that it would be $2,500 to acquire individual surveys? Do you know why the suggestion is that surveys are that expensive to get?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I apologize, Councillor Bowman. I had in my head that Councillor Santos was still chairing. Mr. Mayor, that cost, I suspect, is the actual cost to hire a surveyor to conduct a survey on an existing property where the builder hadn't provided the homeowner, or the previous homeowner hadn't provided a new homeowner with a copy of an existing survey. I would suspect that $2,500 covers the cost for an Ontario land surveyor to come in and conduct the survey of the property.
Okay, and this is the last question. I know I'm going on, and I I'm delaying this meeting when I'm normally the one trying to get the meeting run on time. So I apologize to councillors. I just know there's a lot of sensitivity with this issue. Is there any way for us in a more cost-efficient manner, is there any way that we could, if we know that a number of the units are in a certain area that are not in legal conformity, if it's in a common area, would there be a way for us to get these surveys, work with residents in a fashion that is a lot cheaper through volume, through numbers? You know, in this block, there's these 15 driveways. You know, we're going to get the surveys for you, work with you, and there's a nominal charge of what the city can acquire these surveys for versus what if everyone had to do it on their own. I'm just thinking, what can we do to make it easier for these folks?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, we did look at, I don't believe, and I believe the Commissioner of Planning can talk to this, I don't believe we have any surveyors on staff even for the city. So we looked at possibly getting, looking at employing one or two to go out and do these driveway surveys, et cetera, to help us, one, identify where these lines were, and two, provide proper feedback to the homeowner and if we do charge evidence to the court. But it was sort of cost prohibitive at that time. So we do go off of, John, if you're on the line, can you assist me on this piece?
Paul, excuse me, it's Rick again. I don't know if John's joined us, but we, you know, I mean, if the resident certainly reaches out to us, we do offer assistance where we can. Sometimes there are surveys on file of adjacent properties that show property lines, and those can be used for the property in question. Sometimes there is you know, a record of, you know, as-built sightings for a row of homes within a subdivision, and if we go through the archives, sometimes we can find that information. And so on a case-by-case request, if a resident reaches out to us, we're happy to help them try to find something. But in terms of conducting the survey or having somebody or the city even organizing, I think I would agree with Paul that, you know, what we've looked into so far doesn't necessarily provide a cost-efficient solution. And again, when we're looking at spending taxpayer dollars, I guess we're reluctant to spend money, you know, to help out one particular group, whereas you know that results in sort of the rest of the community subsidizing the people that need the survey for a second unit or for a driveway widening. So
okay, so I'll listen to the rest of the questions, and I'm just trying to think of ideas to make this transition easier at a time that's really difficult on residents. But I'll listen to the rest of the questions, and thank you for your patience with a lengthier intervention that I had today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Rick. I believe Councillor Fortini was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question to staff. I always thought when you're widening a driveway doing a permit, we don't need a survey. Anyone, staff?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Rick again.
Yeah.
The survey requirement, I believe, only comes into play when you have a curb cut, and that survey submission is a requirement through that process. If you're widening the driveway without a curb cut, I don't believe that we've necessarily asked for a survey in most cases. You're right. There isn't a permit required for driveway widening. There's only a requirement that it be done in compliance with the zoning bylaw. So so when you go for the curb cut, I believe that's when the survey request is applicable.
Yeah, and thank you. And I had some calls yesterday on this. Someone went online to try to do the curb cut, and they said that they don't take them online anymore. You have to go in person. And this morning, I actually went on person since I'm doing my daughter's, and the building's closed, so you have to make an appointment. So maybe we should put that on the website. I'm going to support this motion. This is Councilor Bowman, thank you for bringing it forward. This is way overdue. And if the longer we wait, the more driveways are going to come up. And then it's going to come to a point that we're going to lose control, like our basement apartments. Most of these driveways are widened and they take up the whole lawn. That's where you get the 9 cars, illegal basements. Because any home that has 4 or 5 cars, they have enough room for a wide driveway to go up to 24 feet by the length, and you can get 4 or 5 cars. So, I think that this is way, way overdue. And I'm going to support the motion because, the longer we wait, the more illegal driveways we're getting. And I'm getting lots of complaints on this too. Like, people saying that they got the whole lawn removed and have all the driveways across. So thank you, Councillor Bowman, for bringing it forward, and I'll support you on it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fortini, I believe Councillor Singh is back on, and then Councillor Paleshi.
Yeah, I just had one follow-up question. If we're talking about the court system, for example, automated speed enforcement or basement, what's the wait time like right now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the wait time is probably considerable as well, in that we're probably somewhere between 14 and 24 months for all our charges that go through court. So yeah, there is a wait time.
Yeah, because I had a meeting with Craig Coomer the other day, and yeah, he made it very known that there's a big delay in the court. So yeah, there's outside of, I believe we don't have the proper remedies in place to handle this right now. Like I have been advocating for over a year. I think we should also be looking at, a percentage. If it's like 40% of the property, they pay a yearly fee. I'm not okay with potentially where a lot of these will lead to, which is essentially ripping them out. I think it's just an undue burden on our residents. Basements I support. That's a life and death situation. I don't believe driveways are a life and death situation by any means. Secondly, I am very concerned about our COVID enforcement and the priorities as well. Over the weekend, I was calling enforcement, and you guys did a fantastic job over the weekend, and you have been doing a fantastic job. It's a really tricky situation. We should be prioritizing even more rather than compromising on that, especially in this time. So once again, in good faith, I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think everybody seems to forget that the reason this came before us in the beginning and trying to do something is the fact that the amount of water that goes into our sewer system and the extra cost, not only at the municipality, but at the region, is in the millions and millions of dollars just for, one, which is a drop in the bucket on a driveway widening. So I guess, Paul, what I need to know is, with respect to it, let's say we have one of our officers that suddenly finds time during this pandemic to go knock on a door to tell a homeowner that their driveway is illegal. On a timeline basis, what are the next steps, and how long do those next steps take place?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, we would start the investigation to see if in fact is legal. We would roll up, do some measurements, and we haven't done this yet. We would do some measurements of the driveway, etc. And if it's determined to be outside of what legally is allowed, or grossly outside of what's legally allowed, then we would make contact with the homeowner, discuss the driveway and the options. And the options may be ripping out, but it may also be putting barriers on the driveway that prohibit parking on that piece. So we've done that in the city numerous times, so that people don't have to rip the driveways out, some sort of permanent barrier. Then that conversation takes place. We give them an order to comply. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 months, could be longer. And then we look for compliance through that. So, and I can't tell you how long the longest order to comply is out there, but we have given some generous amount of time to do this. And once again, we don't do the driveways through the winter months, because we wouldn't believe there's an expectation on an owner to do any work when the ground freezes up. So we tend to stay away from anything after October into April. I just want to, through you, Mr. Chair, just want to rectify one thing I misstated. We do have surveyors on staff. Jane Holmes is online available to talk to it. My understanding is we don't have the Ontario land surveyors on staff.
And I was going to say we absolutely have surveyors on staff, but they're out there doing secondary plan and road stuff. Like that's not their purpose. But I think if we wanted to, we could find some sort of revenue neutral surveyor in terms of the getting this done through the companies that need us to do it. It's not something that we can make money off of. We're not allowed to make any money, but we could certainly have something revenue neutral. But I'm not going to get into that whatsoever. What I do want to talk about though is, because I'm currently going through it right now, I've had 3 companies come to my door. I'm looking to rip up my driveway and put in a new one, and so is my neighbor. We banded together to try and get a better price, and he came to me not too long ago to say, hey, one company said we can rip up the whole front lawn and put all asphalt right across. And so if I was a homeowner that didn't know the rules, I feel strongly that if my neighbor lived, if you cloned them and lived where I lived, that's exactly what they would be doing, because he thought it was a fantastic idea. He doesn't know, and really nor maybe he should, but maybe he shouldn't. That's something that the company should know. The company should know that there's rules, and you have to abide by those rules. We talk about it all the time. So I think that on the basis of the world that we live in now, and the fact that our bylaw officers are extremely busy now, and it's probably not going to happen anytime soon where we're getting out there and actively enforcing it. And it could, hopefully, it happens sooner than later. That just tells me that this pandemic is nearing its end. So I think we need to make sure through the bylaw standpoint that these people are they're in help, if they're in need of help, if we're going to the doors to say we have a problem here and let's try and work with them. There are other solutions. When we come to the portion of the driveway that's too wide, can be turned into a permeable surface, which is something that we allow. So there are other opportunities. I think that this just isn't, we're sending all of our officers out there to start slapping hands. So, I think that that's not captured in the wording, but I think that is certainly understood through what Commissioner Morrison has explained. So I'm happy to support this. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. We have more people added. Councillor Vicente, then Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for clarification through you to bylaw. Is it the intention of bylaw, at what point under your current instruction from council do you plan to resume enforcement of driveway infractions like this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, we will not enforce any driveway infractions of pre-existing non-compliance until the emergency order is lifted. That was the direction of council. That's what we're following right now.
Okay, very good. And so to Councillor Bowman and your motion, I certainly understand the spirit of what you are trying to achieve here. Both Councillor Santos and I in Wards 1 and 5 receive emails as well from residents who are concerned about driveway widenings that go beyond what they believe is normal, and certainly it's a decision for a bylaw and actual measurement to determine what is correct and what is not correct, and those investigations are key. and we would like to see them resume as quickly as is possible. But I think the operative sentence here in this motion is that whereas driveway prosecution had been on hold for 1 year due to COVID-19, and I think after hearing this conversation and understanding many of the points, while I am supportive of what it is that you would like to see happen, I can't support the timing that you are requesting here. We believe that if we are holding for a year due to COVID-19, COVID-19 hasn't changed in the past 24 hours, or it won't be any difference 2 weeks from now. And so I think that this motion is reasonable, but the timing is just not appropriate given the resources that we have put on our bylaw officials and the work that they are doing to help us manage the COVID-19 pandemic. So for that reason alone, I cannot support the motion at this time, but look forward to when the pandemic is over, to seeing bylaw enforce the rules of this municipality as it is appropriate in every situation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through the chair, I know I don't want to belabor the point anymore. I just have a couple of questions for you, Paul. I heard you mention there's about a 14 to 24 month wait as a result of the court system. Can you speak to why that wait is so long?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can speak to some of it. It's because the courts did close for in-person appearances. They had to create a new system. As of yesterday, we were trialing new processes for video court, etc. So COVID has really impacted our ability to allow the community to go represent themselves when they are charged in offenses.
And is there any kind of backlog at the courts that they are dealing with right now as a result of some of these things? And how many? I guess what I'm asking is, we've talked about or heard about the issue of the justice of the peace, and so is that a contributor as well as to why there's a backlog with getting some of these to go through?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you that the backlog is probably compounded by several reasons. One being COVID, one being the ability to move to video, the justice of the peace availability. We are getting new justice of the peace to the community. A justice of peace doesn't just show up on day one and become a justice. The training takes months and months, a year to a year and a half of training before they're able to fill that position. So some were recently identified. It will be a while before we see them. I can also tell you that the backlog isn't easing. We still haven't had many of our COVID charges through courts. We have ones that have pled guilty, been received, but for trial, etc., we haven't seen that.
And it will likely be a longer time. What is the number? How many justices of peace do we have right now?
Off the top of my head, I can't tell you. Through the chair, off the top of my head, I can't tell you, but I can get you that number.
That would be very helpful. And I think there is an opportunity for us to really, get the message out there that we need more justice of the peace in Brampton if the number is under 5. You know what I mean? In order for us to get through a lot of these cases, and you are going to be feeling the pressure, and the message to residents around, compliance isn't going to be there. So if you can get back that information, I think it's something for us to explore, and it will be very helpful in this conversation, because I know the discussion about driveways and basement apartments, they are not going away anytime soon, and finding the root reason for why we're here is going to be very helpful in helping us develop our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Medeiros back on.
Thank you, through you, Chair. To Paul, when we, in the motion, I see that the number of files is growing to an unmanageable size. So is this, from an operational perspective, is that an accurate account that as this keeps piling up, this is going to create greater difficulties in managing the breadth and amount of investigations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you that, and these are all complaints from the public. So we have over 1,000 complaints of widened driving lanes. The number continues to grow. So if we were to get into the practice of investigating again, we'd have to be able to slowly start that up. I couldn't just turn the staff around and just say, go back to doing driveways. We'd have to do that over a course of time. And to catch up on 1,000 driveway investigations may take us 1, 2, or 3 years. And that's not having any more complaints come in.
So through the chair, the 1,000 investigations are a reflection of 1,000 calls that residents have called the municipality complaining about driveways.
I think that's a question.
To Paul, so the basis of the investigations are related to calls by residents who've called to make complaints, so they're complaint based.
I'm sorry, yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, my video had cut, or my audio had come out. All those are complaint based. We don't go out and look proactively for driveways that are in contravention right now. We have enough complaints to keep us busy. So every one of those has been a complaint based.
So the reaction through you, Chair. Now, the councillor, the residents who are calling, making these complaints, and the fact we're not acting upon them, do they often call back? Have they expressed their concerns directly? Do they feel that they're not getting level of service?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do get callbacks on occasion. We do get multiple complaints on some driveways. Right now, we've told the community that council has put it on a stay until the end of the emergency order, and that we will be investigating after that point. Most people are okay. As long as you have it on your file, then please keep going forward with it when you can.
Yeah, and through you, Chair, and this presents itself as quite the conundrum, because for us to protect those who, to a certain degree, haven't followed the rules, we're frustrating those who are doing their duty as residents, trying to provide and make complaints to ensure the proper construction of a driveway. So it's almost like we're picking winners and losers, and in this case, those who abide by the rules and are calling the city to ask us to have fellow residents follow the rules. We're actually, and at the beginning when we decided to do this, we didn't expect that this would go on for this amount of time. What I have concerns as well is we just have the acting commissioner of legislative services talk about how this is going to just keep going increasingly. Yet I hear my colleagues always talk about, well, this will be put an additional burden. So it's almost like we're choosing to hear what we want to hear and pretending to see what we want to see. It's pretty crystal clear that the department and the chair of the respective department has brought forth a motion, and certainly in consultation, because this seems to be the best approach for us to deal with an issue that just seems to grow, and grow. And notwithstanding the disservice that we're providing our residents who genuinely care about their community and are making these calls, and what message are we sending to them? So I unfortunately, I just think that if we're going to be consistent, if we're going to respect those who want to follow the rules and regulations of this municipality, and they take their time to make calls, and then we sit around passing the buck and then assume that, by our comments that we're doing what's in best interest of our staff, when we're hearing from staff that it's becoming unmanageable. So I just think that certainly I would implore my colleagues. I'm willing to wait till after the order. If people want to say wait 2 weeks at the end of the month, start this, I'm good with that. But other than that, I just think that we have to support this motion moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Vicente is back on now.
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies, but just the previous Councillor Medeiros raised a good point in that, of course, the list is an unmanageable size. It's becoming overwhelming. And so through you, Chair, to staff, like, are there other ways in which the city could deal with this backlog quickly once the pandemic is in the rearview mirror?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor. That's a good point. There are other ways of doing this. We could wait, and let me first define to make sure nobody's misunderstanding. So the stay-at-home order is the one order. The emergency order, our expectations will probably go, and the EOC will tell you best, but probably through the summer, maybe into the fall, before the emergency order is lifted. Council and mayor will have to make that decision. So we aren't asking for at the end of this for 28 days. There are other ways that we could approach it. We could use probably our weed and grass example, where we hire summer staff to address those issues. So if we went through the order and we went into the fall, we wouldn't want to do anything through the winter because as I said before, the expectation of doing any work is really very low. Summer of 2022 or spring or summer 22, we could hire a contract staff to go out and specifically do driveways. That would be their whole task. They probably become very good at it, and we could probably clean up a great deal by doing that, but it comes with a cost.
Okay, I just understanding the challenge and the fact that you have limited resources at this time, and notwithstanding questions that the mayor put forward before through you, Chair, to staff, which revealed that if bylaw officers were to be in a position where they are working to go through these 1,000 files while still working to enforce the COVID rules, and with summer coming and more people likely to want to break the rules, I think that we need to be careful that we've held off a year so far to allow staff to be able to handle the pandemic. And this has been going on even since before, because council was considering how to deal with the driveways. And we all want driveway enforcement to happen, but I think we need to be reasonable and wait until it is safe to do so, and that we have the resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Dillon is back in. You don't have any further questions, Councillor Dillon?
No, Chair Bowman, I don't.
Thank you. Okay, well, that ends the questions, and I just like to make one final comment on this as well. You know, we're talking about Mayor Brown had a number of individual groups that do not want to see this happen, and you know, a number of those groups are led by real estate people, and you know, if I'm a real estate agent, I would not want to see any prosecutions either, to tell you the truth. The fact is that any of these houses with an oversized driveway, by the time we get to them, and by the time they get to court, what Commissioner Morrison is telling us is this is going to be minimum 1 year, 2 year, possibly more than 2 years. So, you know, the argument that we're in COVID right now and these people are going to have to do something right now is simply not true. By the time this happens, we're looking at 1 year to 2 years. If we hold this off any longer, we're going to be looking at maybe the fall, then we can't do anything for the winter, then we're going to be looking at 2022. Now we're into 2025 before anything happens. And I am not willing to tell my residents who have complained over the past that nothing's going to happen to that oversized driveway with 9 cars in it until 2025. I'm not willing to do that. So I've put this forward. I don't think there's a problem with the time limit involved after the 28-day period. As I mentioned, it's going to take years before anybody is actually going to have to do anything about these driveways. So we've had a recorded vote asked for. Mr. Fay, can you lead the recorded vote, please? Thank you.
Members of committee, a recorded vote's been requested on the motion as amended on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
No.
Councillor Vasante.
No.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
No.
Councillor Dillon.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
Chair Bowman.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, members of committee, that motion carries 6-5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We will now move on to the second item that I brought forward. Sorry about this, Council. I didn't know we would be discussing this long, but that's great. 9.3.2, a discussion item at the request of Councillor Bowman on parking permits. And the reason I want to introduce this, and I should mention that in the motion there are a couple of corrections that have to be made under the therefore be it resolved. I'm referring it back to staff to come back with a report on if this can be done. That's the most important one. But I've had a lot of complaints about overnight parking, parking permits. Currently we have a 14-day parking permit, and the onus is on the individual who gets the 14-day parking permit to call our staff and tell them which 14 days they are using the permit for. And we've had instances in certain areas of Ward 3 and 4 where the same vehicle is parking for months with the same 14-day parking permit because they've got the permit on display, but they're not calling the city to tell them which 14 days they're using. So I would like to see in putting this motion forward, all I'm asking for is that be it resolved that can we refer it back to staff to look at the elimination of a 14-day parking permit, replace it with a 7-day permit. Each permit will be assigned to an address that the vehicle is associated with, because right now that's not done. And each address would have a limit of 40 days per calendar year to be available to park on the street. So that is why I brought this forward. I'm open to comments, but again, this is a request that it be sent back to staff to look at this and come back to a future council with a report where this can be fully debated. So, Councillor Willens on the line.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just a quick comment. I'm supportive of that. I like the therefore the way it is if we can do that, because as it currently stands, you nailed the head, hit the nail right on the head. I guess it's the same. It's confusing with the 14-day permits. We had the same issue up in wards 2 and 6, where people were using that 14-day permit, but they didn't have a date attached to it, and it got a lot confusing for both the residents and their visitors. So I think this would actually allow, if we can do the 7-day permit and then have a 40-day 40 permits associated with that as per calendar year. I think that would help with a lot of residents that have out-of-town visitors and that. So, but I'm supportive of this, but I'd like to just say to see what the report comes back if we can do it at all. So, thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Willens. Councillor Fortini is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll support for the staff report coming back. I wanted to ask our staff. I always thought street parking permit goes by plate. It doesn't go by address. So if I park my vehicle there, when I called in, they ask for the address where you're parking plus the plate number. So how's this make any difference, 7 days or 40 days for we have the system now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it does go by plate. And we'd have to examine what the difference would be. I can't tell you off the top of my head, and I'm unfortunately sorry.
No, and I'm okay, Paul. Just that, I remember when they did my sidewalk here, I parked on the road and I received a ticket. I felt hoping they weren't going to do it, but I called in they wanted my plate number, which the plate number is registered to the home. But if you have a visitor coming from outside and wants not staying here for a couple of days and you don't have room in your driveway and you call in, the first thing they ask is a plate. So I'll wait for the report to come back. I just don't see, 7 days or 14 days or the 40 days per home, how it works. But I'll wait for the report. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you some of the examples we get when it comes back to a plate only is we've had sport teams that will come to the city and they're knowledgeable enough to go and get their permit so they can park in the neighborhoods while they conduct their sporting events and then leave our community and go back to theirs. So there is some problem to just plane only. Anybody can come in and park wherever they want. When it's attached to a home, it has a little bit more meaning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I'm a little bit confused. Maybe if you can clarify something for me. If it comes back with the 7-day permit, so I can get a 7-day permit to park my car on the street, and I can get a 7-day permit 40 times throughout the year?
No, sorry, that should say 40 days associated with the per calendar, per year.
Oh, okay. Just making sure, because that's the way I read it there is I get 40 7-day permits. So
yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm in favor of seeing this come back and having a look. I just would want to know then if I need a 7-day permit or a 14-day permit, I contact the city to let them know that for the next 7 days or the next 14 days, I will be parking on the street.
Correct. Yeah.
And it's consecutive days.
That's what I want to find out, because this 7-day permit or the 14-day permit, we are relying on the person who's parking their car to call in and say it's these 14 days rather than a consecutive 7-day permit.
Right. Okay. So I can't pick 3 days this week, 2 days next week, and a month from now.
No, you would in this case you would apply for another 7-day permit.
Right. Okay.
Which you can do for 40 days. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Willens, one quick comment.
Yeah, when it comes to thank you through the chair, when it comes to the each address 40-day permit, if that's the number we're coming up with, would it not make more sense to round it up or down to the number of weeks rather than 40 days? Just a thought.
Yeah, we can do it. We'll wait for the report to come back, but I know there is shorter permit periods as well, like overnight permits you can get. So.
Okay, I'll wait for the report. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions, the motion is there. Is there anyone opposed to this motion?
Opposed.
Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative.
Councillor Singh is opposed.
Councillor Singh is opposed. Anyone else? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Our next item is Councillor question period. Do any members have any questions regarding the Legislative Services section? I see none. Now we can deal with item 9.6, public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from the public?
There are no questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. That closes off the Legislative Services section right now. I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Medeiros or Councillor Vicente to chair the Economic Development section of the committee agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman. And we are now on the Economic Development section, and we have a staff presentation, Brampton Tourism Strategy 2021 Implementation Plan. And I will hand this over to our director, Jason Tammy.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm actually going to pass this off to Laura Lukasic, Manager of Tourism, to present and share with Council. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Jason. Good afternoon. My apologies. I'm very pleased to be here today to share with you a strategy that has been developed for the City of Brampton. While there have been strategies that have been produced in the past, this is our first opportunity to bring a strategy to Council for approval. Thank you for that. Next slide, please. I think that we all can agree that Brampton is an amazing place to live, work, and play. And I think that we can all agree again that it's a message that we can share with our residents and our visitors alike. While we've been involved with tourism activities such as sports tourism hosting and the provision of visitor information, we know that this sector is growing, and that a strategy is required for us to strategically guide our efforts into the future. And regarding growth of tourism, pre-COVID, and I stress that this is pre-COVID, the Tourism Industry Association noted that tourism in Ontario was larger than agriculture, forestry, and mining combined and represented 4.3% of the provincial GDP. And pre-COVID, 1 in 10 jobs are related or were related to the tourism sector. We know that we've had a tough time with tourism. Tourism was one of the first sectors to be impacted by COVID. It's been one of the hardest hit sectors by COVID. And what we're hearing is that it will probably take longer for tourism to recover than any other sector. To that end, we have been included as part of one of the 4 cornerstones of the economic recovery strategy, along with arts and culture. So tourism is a very, very important component of our community. Our original RFP for a tourism strategy focused on a 10-year plan, and then along came COVID, and we pivoted to make that a 5-year strategy. And it has been developed by Banneker Travel and Tourism and the Culinary Tourism Alliance. And it's a strategy that will take us through the pandemic and into recovery. So some very important times for our tourism sector in the city. The plan focuses on the creation of a very strong tourism foundation, a focus on local tourism that aligns with recovery plans and provides time to focus attention on Brampton's residents. We believe are a key audience to the success of this strategy. So we're pleased to be here again today, as I say, to share the research and findings that help to form 29 overarching recommendations for tourism in the City of Brampton. Next slide, please. Thank you. Quite a bit of work was done to engage not only our residents but visitors, and I'm sure you can imagine that during a pandemic that sometimes proved difficult, but we're very proud to say that we were able to have 478 individuals connect with us through a variety of different mediums. We did one-on-one interviews with residents and stakeholders and staff. We did public group consultations with our residents. And thank you, Council. We did a Council survey with you. We did surveys as well with tourism stakeholders, Brampton residents, Brampton visitors, and we also did a tourism stakeholder workshop. In addition to those consultations, a comparable analysis was undertaken so that we could compare the efforts, I'm sorry, not the efforts, but rather what's happening in other cities with similar demographics to the City of Brampton. Those analyses were conducted with Barrie, Calgary, Hamilton, Richmond, and Surrey. So the comprehensive strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges review that was conducted concluded with a gap analysis, and all of those pieces together formed what our strategy would be for the City of Brampton. Next slide, please. So we have a vision for tourism in Brampton, which is Brampton is a developing tourism destination that celebrates the that celebrates its distinct multiculturalism and radiates pride of place through its engaged and dynamic resident base. Visitors to Brampton are delighted by the range of arts and culture activities, special events, food-based experiences, and sport tourism events that are available to enjoy. Tourism in Brampton is developed and managed through a collaborative stakeholder-driven process that ensures the city's true authentic self and shared values are well represented to the world, and that tourism in Brampton helps to improve the wellness of residents, businesses, visitors, and the environment. Next slide, please. So, out of all of the consultation work that was done and all of the analysis of the feedback, 4 tourism development streams were noted for focus for the City of Brampton Tourism Office for the next 5 years. Those are arts and culture, food tourism, special events, sport tourism. And I think it's also important to note that even though those are the 4 tourism development streams that we will focus on, we will not say no to conventions that may want to come to Brampton, outdoor recreation and entertainment or other attractions. But these are the 4 that we'll focus on for the next 4 years, with 5 years, excuse me, with consideration being given to other opportunities that do come along. Next slide, please. So again, coming out of the consultation and the feedback and analysis of it, there are 4 key priority areas that we're looking at. The first of those is fostering pride of place. Second, marketing and communications. 3, leveraging tourism development streams, so those 4 streams that we just discussed, and management and infrastructure. So essentially, what has happened is that we've taken the 4 tourism development streams and the 4 key priority areas, and we have layered them to create the framework for the strategy. And that has resulted in 29 recommendations with approximately 90 tactics to achieve a 5-year vision for tourism in Brampton. Next slide, please. I just want to walk you through some of the key priority areas. And as there are multiple tactics for each of the 4 priority areas, to share a couple of highlights with you. Of course, all of the details are in the full strategy which you have received. So fostering pride of place means that we want to harness our local support for tourism among the community to change perceptions and leverage visiting friends and families. So one of the things that we will do with direct connection back to the visiting friends and relatives piece is to create a program. We know that our city is very diverse and that the number of residents who have family come to visit them in Brampton is quite high. We want for there to be great pride among our residents so that their first choice to take visiting friends and relatives is to someplace in Brampton, whether it's a park, a restaurant, an event. We want our residents to be so happy and so proud of their city that that's where they look to first to take their relatives. We'll also create some staff-led subcommittees, and those will be established for the 4 tourism development streams. And probably into our second year of the strategy, we'll look at creating an overall advisory group with council representation, as well as representation for each of the subcommittees. Another piece that, as I said, is so very important to the strategy is the resident engagement. And during the pandemic, this is so extremely important and important to the success of this strategy. We learned through the consultation process that many residents are unaware of all that the city has to offer. And that has a direct impact on resident pride and the visiting friends and relatives component, as I discussed. We're proposing that we'll work with the Nurturing Neighborhoods team to identify neighborhood representatives to participate in a Brambassador program. So we want to ensure that all areas of our city are represented in the work that we do going forward in terms of tourism. And there are a number of Canadian cities that do this so very well, that have a portion of their website dedicated to locals, and for locals to share what the best components of their neighborhood are. So today I'd like to invite you all, Council, to be our honorary Brambassadors, our first Brambassadors as part of the program. So I hope that you will accept that invitation. Next slide, please. Marketing communications is the second key priority area. And again, some of the highlights of the recommendations in this area are around the branding. And what we heard through our consultations is that it's not resonating with our residents or visitors. And we are looking to rebrand tourism, but to do it again in conjunction with the community. We want the new brand to be reflective of Brampton's vibrant and diverse community, and we want to invite residents and visitors to explore local neighborhoods, downtown heritage, and to meet our people. So we want it to be a collaborative process, so something that Bramptonians feel is representative of their city. We'll also work on a new website to include features that will help both residents and visitors alike to navigate our city. Next slide, please. The next key priority is leveraging those development streams. So we talked about arts and culture, food tourism, special events, and sport tourism. And essentially what we're wanting to do is we're wanting to enhance some of the programs that already exist in those areas. So for the food component, for example, we have an updated food strategy that was completed just before this strategy work began, so that it could be incorporated into it. And as you know, for the first time this year, we created the first Brampton food guide, and it has been met with quite a bit of interest, and folks are really excited about it, both from within the city and outside. And we know that food plays a significant role really across all of what we do in Brampton, whether it's a special event or a sporting event or even arts and culture. And so one of the recommendations here is that perhaps a food tourism, a food festival might become one of our signature events for the city. Next slide, please. And then finally, the key priority number 4 is the management and infrastructure component of the strategy. And a couple of points here. This really sort of reflects some of the foundational work that we need to do as a tourism office, but as well some of the things that need to be addressed in the community. And one of them, I've got the My Brampton sign up here, is the referred matter of a Brampton sign. And, you know, who doesn't love a really great selfie? And we have data that shows that city tourism signs, such as the one that we had here as a pilot, the one that Toronto has, really are a draw for visitors and residents. So we've been working with our sponsorship team and some of our parks folks as to where this sign might go. So please watch for us in the next little while to come back to council with some options for a tourism sign. But we consider that part of the infrastructure of tourism. The other things that we're looking at are options to generate some revenue for tourism in the city, whether it's the implementation of a municipal accommodation tax or sponsorship opportunities. We'll review those going forward. Next slide, please. And then with regard to strategy implementation, so we're here today sharing with you the full strategy. At the back of the strategy, there is an appendix which outlines what we're hoping we'll be able to accomplish within the first year of the strategy if it passed by council. But what we intend to do is to come back to you with a report on how we fared for the first year, but also to lay out for you our plans for the upcoming year. And we'll do that through the life of the strategy for the 5 years. So really the focus of 2021 is to establish many of the foundational pieces for the strategy, to have a good solid groundwork and framework in place for success in future years. And some final thoughts. Tourism celebrates a destination's greatest strengths and thrives on authentic expressions of culture, including the customs, art, food, and traditions of various ethnic groups that make up a diverse destination. And that's so very important, I think, to our city. Implementation of the tourism strategy and ongoing related work will support the expansion of Brampton's visitor economy. It will contribute to the well-being of residents and business owners through job creation and financial gain. And again, really looking at this strategy to support our local businesses through the pandemic into recovery. We've had some opportunity to already do that with some FedDev funding that we were able to get in 2020, moving into 2021, but really to get our folks in Brampton up and into recovery as soon as possible. The strategy will also help to enhance facilities and infrastructure, such as expanded transit, sport and special event facilities, and urban beautification that help tourism flourish through peripheral investment. So a well-managed visitor economy improves resident pride in their home city. What makes a destination a great place to visit makes it a great place to live. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Laura. I do see questions. As a reminder to members of the committee, we have an accompanying report. So if you have questions of the delegation, feel free. If you would like, we can also bring the report related to this item. So I do see Councillor Dillon, first one to speak.
Thanks for the presentation, Laura. I have a question. The city has, I think every time we speak about the city, any press release goes out, we talk about the diversity in Brampton. We really don't see the actual, like an implementation of any type of strategy in how to sell that to the world, to bring in tourism. And, I've been to a number of cities, for example, Vancouver. They have Main and 49th. It's the Punjabi district. And people go there for Punjabi food, Punjabi, clothing, etc., and all that. You go to downtown Toronto. There's a Little Italy. There's a Little India on Gerrard Street. I believe like Danforth is Greektown. There's a Little Jamaica. You see in Little China where they have signage written in the Chinese languages. You go to Markham. They have different things that celebrate the cultural diversity there. People go to different cities across the world for specific reasons. And so I was mentioning Markham, even, if you watch Russell Peters stand-up, he's made Pacific Mall famous. You go to downtown Toronto, there's key attractions. And I've always wondered in our city, why we don't designate an area in terms of our planning process that we're going to use this for some type of tourist. Sorry, just one sec, sorry. Why we don't designate these areas in terms of our planning process for tourism. I don't think we'll get an NHL team here or an MLB or an NBA team in Brampton per se. So we're not going to have the 50, 60,000 seat stadium per se. But, people, I'll give you an example. When I worked at my old job and we had a potluck, everybody'd always look to me to bring the samosas, right? As the one Indian guy in our team. And so people have this, they have an interest in food, right? We mentioned the food festival per se, but, is there something we can do to really sell and advertise the communities we have here? We have a Gujarati community here, and they do Garba every year. I'm not sure if everybody's aware. They have a really unique type of dance that they do, unique outfits that they wear. And so, that's, once a year we celebrate that. And those are done by some of our local cultural groups, or, we have something called Navratri. That's the Hindu community celebrates it. But it's not something that we have really kind of grasped as a city and taken and say, how do we celebrate all of these? But in terms of tourism, just back to that, what can we do to celebrate the Punjabi? 25% of people's first language, I was reading the census, is Punjabi. We have a large Urdu-speaking population, a Pakistani population. Like, how do we really bring in, like, year-round, get these people to come in, and people to come from outside? And how do we, build our identity as, this place where there's so many cultures, so many different languages spoken here, and, like, how do we really capitalize on that?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Dillon, for your question. It's a great question, and there are a number of things that are addressed in the strategy, specifically around what you speak of. And I'm sorry, there were so many recommendations and tactics that we couldn't go through them all today as part of the presentation. But certainly, we're looking at signage as part of the strategy. So, point taken there. We will also create marketing plans not only for residents, but we're looking at destination marketing plans. So once we get to a point where we're at a level of the pandemic where we want to start inviting more people to our community, we'll do some targeted marketing plans for different audiences regionally and provincially to really share with them what we've got here. But I think what it comes down to, and what is most important, is, as I say, the local work that we'd like to do in the next few years. So we want to have our residents tell their stories, share with us, where are the best rotis in the city of Brampton? So that local piece and having our residents act as ambassadors for the city, and all of the things that are happening in neighborhoods that, typically would be word of mouth if you hear about them at all, but we'd like to be able for residents to show pride in their neighborhood, to show pride in those assets, and to be able to share them. So we're really looking to work with the engagement team and the Nurturing Neighborhoods team to have some presence in those communities to get our locals really involved, to be sharing what is so special about their neighborhoods and to be proud of it. So it is something that we are definitely focused on, Councillor Dillon, as part of this strategy work, because it is so important to represent the city of Brampton in a very true way, and that means showcasing the diversity that we have here.
Right, Laura, that's on a local level, and I appreciate that. And I think, some of these programs, Nurturing Neighborhoods, et cetera, have been phenomenal. We've got a chance to go out with these residents. I'm just talking about more of like a grander scale. Like, if somebody's going to Toronto, they want to go see, CN Tower, or there's a certain, a theater district, right? And there's restaurants around there, and it's an experience. So on a broad level, how do we create an experience for somebody who wants to come to Brampton? And I'm going to be very honest with you as well. If you see on social media, etc., Brampton doesn't have like the greatest reputation, and we've done an excellent job. This council's done an excellent job in kind of turning the corner. We've done some amazing things, but on a grander scale, what do we need to do to get people into Brampton? Is it part of our planning process? Is it like, is it a council decision to go in that direction? Like, what do we do?
Okay, so through the chair. So a number of pieces around this, Councillor Dillon. So part of it is the organic growth. So being in the neighborhoods, we need to have all of our residents proud of their city. And there are some materials that I'm happy to send you. The city of Baltimore has gone through a very similar period. So they're starting to see some cultural renaissance in their city, but they've been plagued with, I think, probably issues far greater than what we're seeing in Brampton. And they have been able to pivot, to turn the city around in terms of the pride of residents and the willingness of people to come and visit their city. So again, I think we need to start grassroots, build things up. As I mentioned, part of the strategy work, is the recovery, and the recovery involves doing that marketing to a group that's beyond 40 kilometers, which is what is traditionally viewed. If you're coming from greater than 40 kilometers, you're considered a tourist. And so that is part of the strategy for us to build from the local during the pandemic to the regional and provincial as part of recovery. But again, it's having our citizens on board and proud of their city and wanting to participate in what is happening here. So if a resident doesn't want to go to an event, or a resident doesn't want to go to a restaurant, then the likelihood of a visitor wanting to do that probably isn't all that great. So there are a lot of organic pieces that need to come together over the course of the next couple of years through marketing, through social media, through community engagement, through residents telling their stories and being able to input with us, that all sort of need to mesh organically to get us to that point.
But Laura,
it's not a sort of ABC and here we go.
Right.
But please know that promoting these things is something that we will do. We also recognize that we don't have a CN Tower. We don't have that product. So we have to create a little bit of our own product. So perhaps it's coming to Brampton, planning days for people. Come to Brampton with your bike, cycle our trails, and then these are places along the trails where you can, taste test some of the culture, the diverse food offerings that we have.
Right. I really like the last point you said in terms of if we have an excellent trail system, how do we promote it? How do we keep people to stay here? But I'm a little confused on the other portion though. When locals like to, I'm not sure how often locals like to eat local, and we want to attract the people coming from outside. And I can give you my own example. My family and I, we like to go to Niagara Falls when it's when there's Clifton Hill there. There's a lot of different things to do, but I'm not sure how much the locals in Niagara Falls go to those restaurants. It should be catered towards people coming from outside, like you mentioned, for 40 kilometers and on. We go to. We try to stay local as much as possible, just myself and my family, but, we go to the lake shore. We don't have something like that, but there's other things that are there. There's the aquarium, there's different, like I mentioned before, districts that you can go to, and you can do things there. That's what I'm trying to get. Like we got our trail system. But it goes to that same I guess question we had during our LRT debate. If you build it, they will come, or if you design it, they'll come, or if you plan it, they'll come. When do we have an option to discuss that? Is that today, or is that another time? Like, I want to say, hey, listen, let's as a council, let's move in a direction where we can get something like that. Where there's an area that's still left in the planning process, do we designate it as a cultural hub, and we can have a number of different things that come there, or is it our existing areas like Gore and Ebenezer? We have these very diverse Indian plazas there, where we have our restaurants there. We have a number of different religious places, temples there that people come to quite often. But I'm just trying to grasp now, how do we achieve that? How do we become one of those cities where we can get those people to come in? And when is that discussion had? Is that through this process? Does council have to tell you, like, what do we do?
Through the chair. There are a number of tactics that we can use to get there, and certainly we can come back to council. I know that council does approve the neighborhoods that the Nurturing Neighborhoods team goes into on an annual basis. There are recommendations under the marketing and communications branding. When you do destination marketing, what you're doing is you're looking at the potential visitors that you want to have come to your city based on your offerings. And so sometimes there are foodies. And so you would do a campaign that's directed at people who like to come and explore cities for the authentic and unique food opportunities. So there are different groups that have been recognized that are understood in the tourism industry. So we would do our marketing to specific groups to come to explore, to enjoy what we have here. And as I say, we'll come back to you on an annual basis with our plan and hope to be in touch with you in between that. But it's creating the foundation. So, you know, we need to have that foundation in place to then move on to inviting people into the city. And we need to be strategically aligned with where we are with the pandemic. So right now we're seeing information from Destination Ontario that the surveys they've done have shown that people are just starting to get comfortable with people coming into their communities and people leaving their communities for that matter. So we want to take all of those things into consideration before we start doing those promotions that are beyond 40 kilometers of the city of Brampton. But I understand what you're saying. I think there are a number of departments that we need to collaborate with in terms of signage and creating districts, but it is definitely on the recommendation list.
Through the chair.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, it's Richard. So yes, a good question in terms of you know, how do we build this into you know, into the city structure, right? So right now we're doing an official plan amendment, and Bob Bjork is on the line who can speak to that. But I think that tool is probably the tool that we can use to, you know, create those opportunities for tourism, you know, and create those districts of tourism for the city.
Yeah, and we'll, you know, I think Councilor Medeiros mentioned the 2040, and so what we can do is we can just kind of meet in the next few weeks or down the road and kind of discuss it. But you know, what you guys presented today is really great, and I think you know, obviously it's been for myself at least, it's been pretty informative, a great conversation, and I really appreciate your answers, Laura, and we'll have some of those conversations down the road. Just want to thank you for your comments. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And through the chair, just a reminder, Councillor Dillon, that we will be putting together a tourism advisory committee that will have council participation. So that will be another avenue to help support.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Thanks so much, Laura.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks, Laura, for coming in and presenting on the report. You're right. I read through it, and there's so much information there, and so many exciting avenues that we could be looking at. And one of the areas that I was thinking when I was reading through, there are mentions of our parks and some of our local spaces, but you know, however, we are considered Flower City, and I just want to know if we've considered Brampton's Gardens as a tourist attraction, and if that can be named in the report as well. You know, you mentioned to Councillor Dillon that catering to people who are interested in various markets is really important, and there are people who do travel to different cities just to explore the gardens, and I know that's something that is done here in Brampton. You know, we've won awards for our gardens. We always encourage horticulture events like the Cedar Saturdays, and we love when Frankie Flowers comes to town. You know, so I think it's something that we should be really looking at seriously. It also ties in very nicely with the bike tourism that was mentioned in the report, because it can be something that encourages people to get out on their bikes, to see the different winning gardens, and to explore. Chinguacousy Park is a highly visited location with the greenhouse and all of the gardens there, and so, you know, I love also that, you know, having brand ambassadors are really important. I think there's going to be a lot of people interested in doing that, and the horticulture societies would definitely be one. We was able to restart the garden recognition program that's been rebranded to the Gardens of Brampton program, and that's a collaboration with the Ching Horticulture Society and Brampton Horticulture Society. And in the past, that used to be an event that encouraged people to get out and explore community gardens as well. So, and I'm sure that now that the initiative's coming back, it will be another opportunity for us to really promote the gardens here in Brampton. So is that something that is being considered, and like from your area, and have you guys talked about that piece?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Williams, for your questions and your comment. Yes, we absolutely are. And it's built into the strategy, although you may not necessarily see specifically gardens, but our parks and our natural areas are listed there. We have acquired a platform called Bandwango, and if you saw the Winter Fun Pass, or if you saw the Takeout Taste of Brampton, then you're familiar with this particular platform. We are working right now with staff at Ching Park to do a tour of Chinguacousy Park as part of that platform, as well as the downtown heritage buildings. We're looking also at a public art tour and a focus on, again, the flowers and the gardens that are part of the city of Brampton. So they are things that we will amplify. We know that they've been there in some shape or form in the past, but wanting to update everything, really leverage them, offer them on technologies that people are more comfortable with than perhaps paper anymore. But that's still an option. But yes, it is certainly something that we want to promote more. And again, it comes back to, we have to take what we have in Brampton and create the experiences sometimes for our residents, for our visitors, so to get them encouraged to come out and to really appreciate what we have, and certainly the gardens are a part of that.
Great. And so after reading through it, because the report just mentions the parks, but not specifically like garden tourism, I would like to have the recommendations amended to have some sort of content around garden tourism specifically, and so that it's always there, it's in the forefront, and as we are building on it, and it also signals to residents who are interested in being brand ambassadors or becoming a part of that committee that you mentioned, that gardens are highly considered, and I think it's just an important piece. So if we could have that amended, have the recommendations amended to include that, some touch points in the report that mentions garden tourism specifically, that would be really great. I don't know if it's a number 4 or if it's perfect. Thank you so much, Laura. It's a great, exciting time, because I think it's going to encourage people not only who are outside of Brampton, but all of us here to really explore. Like the Open Doors Brampton events and stuff was a great learning opportunity for me when I went and did it. And there's so many things here in our city that makes it awesome, and we want to showcase. So thank you so much for the great work to all of you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Laura, and the entire team for putting the report and the strategy together. I am happy to take on the challenge to be a brand ambassador. I think I've been a brand ambassador for a while now. We all but to some of the comments that some colleagues have made in speaking to the report itself, one of our biggest challenges is the negative perception and negative reputation that we have as a city. It's very difficult. It's an uphill battle for us when it comes to trying to break through with positive stories in the actual media itself. And so I think that the more we as councillors and leaders of the city can share positive stories about our city, like the gardens or like the parks and like the recreation and like the cultural diversity that we have here, the positive aspects, then we will be fulfilling our role as brand ambassadors for Brampton. I think sometimes the media in particular like to gravitate towards more controversial stories, more negative stories. And we are starting to break through. Like COVID-19 has been another challenge for us in terms of Brampton being a hotspot and the rest of the GTA blaming us for the COVID pandemic. And so I think while we implement this tourism strategy over the next 5 years, which I think is fantastic, to highlight the positive aspects of our city, we have to do our own job too, as councillors, to be the best brand ambassadors that we can be, and try our best not to feed those negative stories to the media, which could distract us from the positive stories that would get other people from other jurisdictions to visit us, or residents to actually see Brampton and share that Brampton pride. So I just wanted to make that comment. And if you have any follow-up comment, I really think that one of our biggest challenges is overcoming the misperception that Brampton is a bad place to be. And so as a brand ambassador, I will always focus on what's positive in our city.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Santos. Yes, it's certainly something that we focus on in the strategy, but I'm also excited to share that there are a number of cities that have been up against the same challenge. So there are some best practices and some ideas that have been undertaken. You know, we can connect with those cities and chat with them about their experiences. I know Hamilton, for example, where I've worked in the past, was always the steel town and the armpit of Toronto. And, you know, when things in Hamilton started to change and there was that cultural renaissance, people's attitude in the city also started to change, and there was more pride about what was happening in the city. So I think it's sort of a multi-pronged approach that we need to take. But certainly, I think that there are some tactics that we can put in place to start to address this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with you. And just one final comment, you know, and it's really, I feel compelled to kind of share it. While we want to celebrate flowers and gardens and trails and everything that's wonderful about our city, these stories, these positive stories, the real stories about Brampton sometimes get completely overshadowed by issues like gun and gangs, and like issues like crime, and issues like community safety. And so the more we can fuel the positive elements of our city, I think the more effective we will be as brand ambassadors.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. And just a reminder to those, we are asking questions of the delegation. So this is a delegation, and if you have questions, feel free. The report has not been brought up, and I believe Councillor Williams, you're on the board.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This is a quick question to Laura. So, you know, I just talked about earlier about encouraging people to stay and enjoy and explore the city, and that brings to mind staycations. And so I'm just wondering how are we utilizing funding opportunities coming from like Destination Ontario to promote our city as a staycation option in the GTA?
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Williams. At the moment, we are not eligible for any of the grant funding that is available, but it's not to say that our stakeholders aren't, and so we have been sharing those opportunities with them. Another piece that you may remember from the provincial budget was a tax rebate for folks who decided that they would travel in Ontario, and I understand that this is something that may be tabled with the federal budget as well. A tax break, a tax rebate if you stay in Canada, if you stay in the province to do your traveling. And from both of the tourism industry associations, they've noted that this will help recovery of the tourism sector, you know, even if a small portion of folks do that by about a year. So it's something that we will be promoting heavily coming into peak season of tourism around July and August.
Thank you, Laura. That is amazing news. They're doing a rebate.
So they're saying that if 2/3 of Canadians take the money that they would have spent on leaving the country for a vacation and they spent it in Canada, it would cover probably about $19 billion of the shortfall that Canada is currently experiencing. So there's good economic impact for promoting that particular activation.
Absolutely, that's wonderful, and perfect timing, as you know, we are digging ourselves out of this COVID hole, and people are forced with staycation opportunities all the time. You know, getting Brampton on that list through this strategy, I think, is perfect alignment. So, and the fact that you're promoting, and any way we can support those messaging, and maybe looking at our communication strategies to really get that out there, because that is excellent news, and that could prove really positive for us here in Brampton. Thanks for sharing that and answering my question. Thanks.
Through the chair, no problem. We're still waiting for the details from the province, but I'll be sure to send them your way once we get them.
Oh, I'd love to receive them. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And at this time, thank you very much, Laura. At this time, we will bring the report. If there are any questions regarding the report, item 10.2.1, and I don't see any questions. I'll have Councillor Vicente move it. Does anyone oppose? No. Okay, so I will now hand it over. Oh, Councillor question period. Are there any members of council that have any questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, it's Peter. There was an added item identified as 10.3.1, a discussion item from Councillor Paleshi regarding information at a recent town hall regarding the downtown.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you, as I missed that first part. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just a quick, just wanted to ask staff to provide some information at a future meeting. I heard there was a very successful town hall down for the downtown with some 2,000-3,000 attendees, which is fantastic. And then I further learned that I understand that we have a company that helps us with some of the town halls. So I just like a better understanding in a future report to come back, all the costs that are associated to the town hall that happened. No negative on this, just really wanted to understand the costs of the staff time, the promotion of the event. If we have used a outside party to help us with this as well, to get a better understanding of the cost that for these town halls.
Thanks, Councillor Paleshi. It's Jason. I can speak to that as IT and communications have been involved in. So a little bit of background through the chair. There's some, we've been doing a number of town halls this year, as you know, for COVID, and we've been using the same firm to assist with the Wednesday press conferences and an RF. That was initially through the emergency procedures, but as you know, we'd move through procurement with the process as appropriate once that initial period of the emergency when we were able to kind of get to that. And so that's been completed and is underway, an RFP process currently. With regard to the same firm was used for this teletown hall, I believe, to call the whole city, it's about $22,000. I can confirm the number, but it's between 2025. So I can confirm the number to council at a later date. And the promotion completed by communications, and I don't believe we did paid promotion for this event, so it was just on the city's corporate channels. And yeah, residents would receive a call. They can also sign up proactively on the city's website or through email, and receive the calls that way and participate. And I mean, the staff time, again, different departments kind of put together their own key notes regarding their areas, whether that's planning, bylaw and enforcement, urban design, various economic development, number of folks contributed, but I would not say it was, I would say by and large that information was readily available from the various departments. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Palashi, if I'm not mistaken, then you do have a motion requesting a report back from staff?
Yep, just to get more of a detailed understanding of the costs associated to the to this particular town hall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Palashi. Does anyone oppose? No, so carried. Thank you. Our next item is no correspondence, Councillor's question period. Do any members of committee have any questions? No. Okay, our next item is public question period. Do we have any questions from the members of the public?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I will hand this over to, I believe, Councillor Santos, who will be chairing on behalf of Councillor Singh.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros, and I would like to call a recess to break just for lunch for about 20 minutes. So, Mr. Clerk, if we could please recess until 1:30, and we will continue on with corporate services at that time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee. This meeting is now recessed, and we will just, for those of you in the session, you can stay on the session until we reconvene at 1:30. So we do have a quorum present. We can proceed.
I'm here, Peter. Councillor Willens.
Thank you, Councillor.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Our next item is corporate services, and the first item there is 11.1.1, a staff presentation regarding the 2020 year-end operating budget and reserve report, led by CAO David Barrick and Mark Medeiros, acting treasurer for corporate support services. We also have item 11.2.4, which is a staff report on this item, and we can bring that forward and consider it after the presentation. Welcome, David and Mark.
Well, thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to provide Council and the public an update with respect to our year-end financial results ending 2020. In any year, it's good to provide such an update, but in particular, the 2020 year, because of the various challenges that we faced corporately, wanted to share this overall great news for the City of Brampton with respect to those challenges. So, next slide, please, Peter. Council may recall we started 2020 with a very healthy financial outlook. The 2020 budget was approved in February and delivered the second consecutive tax freeze and over $100 million record contribution to reserves. Also noted some milestone achievements on your term of council priorities and focused on capital projects review at that time. Next slide, please. The COVID impact started in March of 2020 for the city, and through council support, supported the community in the wake of the pandemic in such ways as tax deferral, rent fee cancellation and deferrals, enhanced safety protocols, enhanced cleaning practices, the task forces that were set up and supported to support youth, seniors, businesses, and social issues, as well as increased communication engagement through additional outreach and teletown halls. We certainly ramped up our advocacy for Safe Restart Agreement funding, including at FCM and AMO. Next slide, please. Well, that helped to mitigate our challenges financially, but also we had additional in-year efficiencies and savings to help address what became almost a $100 million pending shortfall as we started to get into the year to see the line of sight. Having that line of sight, we were very nimble to respond and self-correct as much as possible through some labor savings, proactive mitigation measures, including reduced scheduling and programming, and in essence, a hiring freeze, certainly on an exceptional basis only. And that really meant, and I'm going to do a shout out once again to the staff, having those resources frozen meant the existing staff had to do a lot more. And that certainly has paid off for the city as a whole. As well, we had additional administrative and marketing savings, utility, fuel rates, et cetera. Next slide, please. So, at the end of the day, we were facing what looked like $52.3 million shortfall. I'm going to pass it to our acting treasurer, Mark Medeiros, soon to start to get into some of the finer details of the numbers. But we did finalize in 2020 the capital review that recommended a variety of options for us that we've applied to have additional savings and efficiencies. We maintained our AAA credit rating by S&P Global. In fact, looking ahead to 2021, they've provided a positive outlook for us to a large extent due to positive management practices. In 2021 outlook, Council recalls we refreshed the term of council priorities. You refreshed them and we're implementing them. 2021 budget finalized in December of 2020 as well, delivered the third consecutive tax freeze and an additional record contribution to reserves. And once again, given it's April 2021 and an additional lockdown, it's very clear the city continues to remain agile for the pandemic response. Next slide, please. Here you can see a bit of a snapshot with respect to the 2020 year end, almost $755 million operating budget in 2020, and facing a pending $52.3 million shortfall or deficit, inclusive of the revenue as well, of $92.3 million revenue loss, predominantly through transit, recreational programming, and other areas, an added emergency measures cost of $13 million. But, you know, as noted, we did have those in-year efficiencies and operational savings to help mitigate to the tune of $53.6 million of those internal savings found. That left us with a year-end deficit of $52 million, and that's where the advocacy efforts and the support of council really paid off with respect to getting Brampton's fair share of that Safe Restart funding. Taking that into account, that offset our year end and brought us to zero. I would add, we did have an additional amount from the Safe Restart funding in 2020, but to assist us with the addressing the 2020 issues and challenges of about $10 million. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Mark Medeiros to walk council through some of the numbers. Thank you so much.
So Mark, your microphone is muted.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So thank you, CEO Barrick, and thank you, Council, for allowing us to present the 2020 budget details. As the CEO mentioned, of the $52.3 million loss, this was primarily a revenue problem. So, you know, the city lost about $92.3 million in lost revenue. 73% of that was primarily centered in transit and recreation. We also had the suspension of tax penalties and interest in tax arrears to assist the community. The provincial offenses office courthouse was not operating at full steam, so some losses there. MPAC wasn't able to assess housing in their normal fashion, so there was revenue loss there. Interest rates, you know, declined significantly, so our investment income was affected. The Rose Theatre, development services. So again, you know, it was primarily a revenue problem for this municipality and all other large municipalities. Next slide, please. So in addition to the revenue loss, we were required to spend some, you know, unforeseen expenditures related to enhanced cleaning, PPE, communication to the public. So you can see here of the 13.5, the distribution across departments, transit being the largest contributor to that with the enhanced cleaning of the buses, public works with the custodial services for all the facilities, fire purchasing, you know, the PPE equipment. So, you know, overall 13.5 million to deal with the pandemic. Next slide, please. So as mentioned by the CAO, you know, the city took quick action. Our original forecast, which I believe was done within 3 to 4 weeks of the pandemic occurring, you know, we had a pretty good picture already of the fact that we were going to be around $45 to $55 million in deficit. So, you know, kudos to everyone knowing the business well enough to be able to forecast something unforeseen like this, and us coming in relatively close on target of what we kind of expected. So, you know, the city did take action through suspending or aligning services with the reduction in demand from the revenue. So there was, you know, a reduction in recreation service hours, transit service hours. There were savings in utilities, fuel. People were working from home, so a lot of administrative office costs were saved. So overall, you know, the city did everything it could to reduce, and we were able to save $53.6 million. Next slide, please. So in terms of how we managed the deficit, total funding that we received in 2020 was $54.2 million. Sorry, there's an error on this slide. That last column should say total, not transit. For the first column, the municipal portion was through the Ministry of Municipal Housing and Affairs, or Affairs and Housing. So we received 30.2 million from that ministry. The Ministry of Transportation provided $24 million. So as you can see, the losses were 29.6 for the rest of the corporation and 22.7 for transit, so 52.3. So overall, we received $1.9 million more than we ended up losing in 2020. And in addition, since then, we have also received 8.2 million. So through this report in front of you today, we are recommending to maintain that 10.1 million that we have in excess in city reserves to assist with 2021 pressures. Next slide, please. In addition to that 10.1 million, there have been several announcements that have happened this year. There's been the Safe Restart Phase 2, Phase 3, the Canadian Recovery Fund for Municipalities, and the Municipal Transit Enhanced Cleaning Fund. So all of those announcements together is eligible funding of 68.9 million. And when you add the 10.1 million that we currently have received, we have eligible funding of 79 million. Now, having said that, the 30.1 million of the Safe Restart funding from the Ministry of Transportation, the current eligibility criteria is such that the city will not be able to maximize all that funding given the tight restrictions on timelines that they've currently imposed. This is an issue for all transit agencies. So I know that our transit folks we've spoken in depth and they're working to advocate with the MTO to maybe change some of those eligibility criteria so that we can potentially access that funding for 2022. In the following slides, we'll talk about the financial outlook, but I think transit looks good for 2021. But really 2022, we do see that there will continue to be impacts. So, we'll advocate with the other levels to let us maximize that funding. Next slide, please. From a sensitivity analysis, we just wanted to give council some sort of line of sight, and these are really kind of, we feel, worst case scenarios. Scenario one, if the 2020 deficit were to be repeated, with the funding that we currently have announced, eligible and in our reserves, the portion from the Ministry of Municipal Housing and Affairs wouldn't be sufficient to cover the 2020 loss. We would have to dip into our GRS for approximately 6.2 million. If we prorated 2020's loss across 12 months and that happened in 2021, we would be looking at something like $16 million. Now, we do have 76.1 million in our general rate stabilization reserve as of December 31st, 2020. So, the city is in good shape to deal with that, but we did want to provide council with some kind of indication of the sensitivity of 2021. Next slide, please. In terms of the 2021 financial outlook, we feel that the outlook is positive at this point. As we've stated, the 2020 deficit was fully offset. We have a healthy amount of funding available to deal with 2021 deficits, whether that be through Safe Restart or the other plans and the GRS. Having said that, finance will continue, and staff will continue to monitor and advise council. So our standard reporting schedule is such that next month we'll be coming to you with a Q1 status update, which is really just a gauge on spending to date in comparison to history. In Q2, we'll come to council in September with a full-blown year-end projection with account-by-account details or account-by-account projections. Same with Q3 in November, and then a year from now we'll be presenting the year-end results. So having said that, this is our standard reporting schedule. As I mentioned, we will definitely be monitoring closely, and should anything change that materially changes the outlook, we will come back to council to advise you if that does happen. Next slide, please. Actually, sorry, I think those are all the slides. So thank you, council, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Committee, we now have staff report 11.2.4 before us, and I see that there are There's a question from Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mark, do we have these dollars in our possession right now, or is this promises that the money will come from the various levels of government over the next several months?
Yeah, through the chair, we have 10.1 million. If we can go back to slide 11, I believe, or yes, 11. Yes. So the 10.1 million you see there, we do have in our possession. The 68.9 is announcements of promises, effectively.
Okay, and all the other fundings that were on the previous slides, 9 and 10, that is already in our banks rather than the provinces and the Fed's banks?
Correct. We have received 54.2 for 2020 and 8.2 for 2021. So in total, we have received $62.4 million already.
Okay, now.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm just going to sum up the 62.4 received and 68.9 eligible to be received in the future.
Okay, and when we reported to the government, did we get back, and I'm probably assuming the answer is going to be no, but did we get back or did we report loss of generation of any revenue that would have been in our general rate stabilization account had we not spent it on COVID?
Through the chair, I know for the Ministry of Municipal Housing and Affairs, we provided them with a comprehensive breakdown of our budget and our projections, so they knew in a very detailed fashion where our losses were and where our savings were. So they were fully aware of the situation, and that if we didn't receive funding, that we would have to use our reserves. And I believe the MTO, although we didn't provide as much detailed information, they were aware that if they did not provide funding, that we would have to use our reserves.
Okay, and is there, last question, Mark, is there any concern that the various governments are going to look at this report, find out we're better off than we were by 1.3 or 1.9 million, and say, okay, we're going to distribute the rest of the money to municipalities that didn't fare so well?
Yeah, through the chair, it's a fair question. I think that in talking to our counterparts, others, this is happening for all large cities. So effectively, that the province of Ontario has decided to make everyone whole. I know the Region of Peel is in the same situation. I believe Mississauga as well. But I guess the issue is this is probably a long-term pandemic, or a long-term impact. So even though 2020 is okay, 2021 is okay as well, but 2022 is questionable. So, but it is a fair point.
Okay, and sorry, Mark, one more question. Did I read somewhere, or am I making it up maybe, that we had $28 million in interest accrued from our investments?
Through the chair, there isn't a year-end investment report. It was put on consent on the agenda today, and I think it was 27.6 million we earned last year.
Okay, no, I just thought I saw that number somewhere. I didn't see it on this report, so I wanted to ask about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Fortini.
Madam Chair, thank you, Mark. I think Councillor Bowman asked one of my questions. You talked about interest. Can you collaborate more? I didn't get what you were saying about the interest part.
Through the chair, sure. So in our year-end investment report, basically it talks about the return on investment that the city experienced last year. So we earned about 27.6 million on our investments last year.
And this year? Sorry, the year before?
2020. Sorry, it's 26.7 million. Yes, in 2020.
So we earned more than 2019 or less?
I believe we earned a little bit more. No, sorry, $1 million less than
$1
2019.
million less. Right, okay, that's why I couldn't understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions on the board. Thank you, David and Mark, for the presentation. I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to receive the staff presentation and approve the staff report recommendations. There is a motion on the screen. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. There is no opposition, so the motion carries. The next item of the agenda, I believe, was held by Councillor Bowman, 11.2.2, staff report regarding capital project financial status, Q4 2020. Councillor Bowman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I went through this report. It's quite detailed, quite long. 680 some odd million dollars in unspent capital projects. My question was, rather than passing this here today, I'm not going to speak for my council colleagues, but I certainly would like the opportunity to go over these in a lot greater detail with staff. We seem to have some stuff on there even from 2012, 2013, 2017, 2018, millions of dollars unspent. And so I would love to hear from my council colleagues, but I would really appreciate either a workshop where we can all discuss these in detail and figure out why there's unspent capital there. Does there need to be unspent capital, or should the capital be returned to the various budgets or to reserve funds? We're talking 680 million here, and that's a lot of money. So I'm open to hear back from my colleagues, but if I don't hear anything back, I would like to move that we defer this and have a workshop on it so we can all fully understand all the details as to why the money is still sitting in these accounts.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Would anyone from staff like to respond to Councillor Bowman's comment?
Through the chair, David here. So this is a committee meeting, and it has to go back to council next week anyway, and it is to receive for information. That stated, if there's a request to do a workshop to have the discussion, absolutely, we're very happy to facilitate that. But I don't believe necessarily has to hold up receiving this for information. It is a standard quarterly report that council receives, but if there's a request for a workshop, we can do that as well.
Okay, I guess Councillor Bowman, if you want to comment on that afterwards. If you have no response now, the report is for information, but it sounds like folks are willing to put together a workshop as well. Councillor Fortini, you were next, followed by Councillor Medeiros.
I spoke already, thank you. It wasn't on this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. And I think Councillor Bowman, I know from members of last term of council, we inherited from the previous council there was some confusion around unspent money which was earmarked for capital projects, and there was a lot of sort of and I believe we had a workshop at that time as well. When we're talking about $680 million is a large amount, and regardless if this passes or if this is deferred, and I'm fine with the deferral, I do think that there should be a fulsome discussion to understand why was this on certain capital projects, why what's happening with the projects. I hear Councillor Fortini talk about all the time about some of the recreation centers that I believe Ward 7 and 8 are where money has been earmarked and they're ready to go, and they're waiting on those projects. So I think for us to really get a fulsome grasp, I think so a couple of hour workshop I think would be beneficial for all of us, just to remind us of all our sort of money which hasn't been spent and understand why it hasn't. And there's probably very good reasons, COVID withstanding, but I think it's worthy of a fulsome discussion. So I'm happy to support the deferral and a workshop as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Palleschi on the board. Councillor Palleschi, did you want to speak to this, or did you just want to agree to having a workshop?
Yeah, no, I agree that we should have a workshop, but no need to hold up the report. It's just here for information.
And thank you for that. So just for clarification, procedurally from the clerk, the report is before a committee for information to be received. There is now a separate motion on the screen that a workshop be coordinated to review the review the report content. I'm of the same sort of feeling that even if we were to defer this report, it wouldn't change the information inside the report. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, the report is for information, but there also is the operative recommendation number 2 to authorize the treasurer to make some amendments to the few respective capital budgets set out in Schedule D to the report. So that is an action. They can coexist. So if this report were to move forward, there's still no reason why a council workshop couldn't be held in the future to discuss some of the details that are identified in the report.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bowman, would that satisfy your intention of what you would like to do with the workshop?
Absolutely. Can we have some sort of time commitment in the scheduling of it?
I guess to staff, and Councillor Bowman, are you, I'm just going to put this in that Councillor Bowman, you are moving to have the workshop. That's what I'm hearing. Staff, how much time do you think it would take to put together a workshop on this?
Well, thank you. Through the chair, it would be helpful if there were particular questions about particular projects. Certainly, we could respond to those right away. But I would have to coordinate with the corporate leadership team to determine how quickly to turn something like this around. But you know, as soon as reasonably possible, we can advise council as soon as we have that date.
Nope, that's fine.
Okay, great. Now we still have number 2. So Councillor Bowman, are you comfortable to proceed with number 1, 2, and 3 of the motion on the screen?
I'm fine accepting the information on the report, but before we authorize any changes to the capital budgets, I would like to have that workshop and figure out just where the money is, where it should be going, and why it's in certain budgets.
Okay. So I would imagine then number 2 is what you would like to defer until after the workshop?
Correct.
Okay. So that would be, number 2 would be deferred until the after the workshop. Okay, just a quick question to staff. Are there any urgent implications if we were to move that, defer that decision recommendation of number 2 until after our workshop?
No, there shouldn't be.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Davidson. Great, so the motion is before you. Any members opposed to the motion? Okay, no opposition. Oh, Councillor Palleschi, go ahead.
No, I'm good. You asked the question that I was going to ask. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Anyone opposed to the motion? Seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you very much. 11.2.3, I do not believe was held. Was that held, Mr. Clerk?
It was not, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 11.2.4, which I do believe was held. And I believe it was held by Councillor Bowman. Oh no, I apologize. We already dealt with that item. So that brings us to 11.3.1, other business, discussion item at the request of Councillor Dillon regarding diverse and ethnic media. Councillor Dillon, you have the floor.
This was deferred.
Thank you very much. That item was deferred. Mr. Clerk, is there anything else in corporate services before question period that I have missed?
There is, Madam Chair. There was the added new business item from Councillor Paleshi regarding possible standing item regarding consulting on agendas.
Okay, so that's other new business. Councillor Paleshi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess taking everybody back a little bit, it's we've all been talking about consulting services at the City of Brampton. We've all had that thorn in the side of anytime money is going out for consulting. We all understand that it's something that has to be done and to the betterment of the city. But I guess we've been talking about it for so long that residents are starting to talk about it too now. So I think to make this a truly open and transparent government, I think this is a good opportunity to have a standing item on our committee agendas. Don't know, I would look to the clerk to see what committee that would need to be in. But basically, I'm asking for staff to report back on the opportunities, and I understand that in the beginning, this will be, a little bit of work will have to be put in this. But as it goes on, I think it's just a matter of updating the information. And I guess some of the information that members of council have asked in the past is, who's doing the consulting? Maybe if we have a quick bio on the consulting agency on the agenda, the item that they're consulting on, the timeline, whether if it's the start of the consultation, what's the timeline? If they're halfway through, then that would be updated, and then the monies associated to that consulting service as well. So I guess my only question with respect to where on the agenda this would be, Peter, I would assume legislative services, but I could be wrong.
Through you, Madam Chair, it probably, if this motion were to carry, it probably would be corporate services, which looks after financial matters and procurement matters in regards to engaging consulting services. And as part of a report back, presumably there probably would be other mechanisms that would be explored for the committee's consideration for other ways to present that information, which may or may not include including it on an agenda.
Sorry, how do you like? I understand from a councilor's point of view, we can find out the information. I guess from a resident's standpoint, though, it's a little bit harder for them to find out, and since they've been really asking the questions lately, what do you mean by that, Peter?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's examples of municipalities that publish expense reports, just as we publish councillor expense reports, that they publish other expense reports that could be grouped in certain areas on the website, as opposed to it being on an agenda. But we'll look at those options as part of the report back if this motion were to carry.
Okay, and then just should I repeat what I'm kind of hearing should be on that on those items?
Through you, Madam Chair, if you wish, I have in my notes who the consultants would be, the work that they're doing, timelines, costs associated with the work that they're engaged to do.
Yep, perfect. And that's like, it's an ongoing cost. What's, as they come in the beginning, we've hired them to do a job. This is what the job entails, the cost of the job. And then once money's being paid out, kind of that ongoing, if they're 50%, 50%'s been paid out, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paleshi. We have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi that staff be requested to report on the possibility of a standing item to be added to future committee of council agendas for reporting details on the use of consultants. Anyone opposed? That vote is carried, or that motion has carried. The next item of the agenda is councillors' question period for the corporate support services section. Do any members of council have a question regarding this section of the agenda? Seeing none, the next item is public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions submitted through email by the public regarding this section of the agenda?
There are no questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, and I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Vicente, the Chair of Public Works and Engineering, to chair the remainder of Committee of Council.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Members of committee, our next item is 12.2.5, a staff report regarding the request for budget amendment, Brampton 1 Million Trees Program update. This was held by Councillor Whillans. Councillor, the floor is yours.
Yes, just quickly, and I did get an answer from Michael Hoy, but the question I was going to ask was to make sure that that our department vets the people that are asking for the trees. I know under the program there's part of the program is that there will be people can buy trees for their properties, their private property. And I just want to make sure that our staff informs the people, this is the type of tree that will grow there. I don't want to be planting trees that are going to cause havoc down the road for the residents and for their neighbors. But that's all. And Michael Hoy did confirm that they will be vetting each applicant that does want to purchase a tree for their property to make sure that number one, the tree is the suitable tree for that property and that it will survive, because no point in planting a tree, it's going to die. But that's all that was about. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you wish to move the recommendation?
Sure will.
Okay, members of committee, we have a motion moved by Councillor Whillans to approve the report recommendations. Any opposed? That carries. Next, we have item 12.2.6, a request for budget amendment, a request to begin procurement for zero carbon retrofit of South Fletcher Sportsplex. Councillor Whillans, you held this item.
And just for, thank you, through you, Chair, just for clarity on item number 3, if we could add there that to commence procurement for the zero carbon retrofit of South Fletcher Fair as per option 1 in the report, just so it's clear. It doesn't speak to of what option.
For clarity, Councillor, are you choosing which option you want staff to work on?
In the report, if you read through the report and through the MCW, the consultants, it does speak to option 1 as the preferred option. But I just wanted clarity in the direction in the staff when they're doing the retrofit analysis.
Okay, thank you. I would believe we would want all options brought forward, but perhaps I can ask staff to comment.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Whillans. Yeah, the report actually, when you read the feasibility report, it does talk about option 1 being seeming to make the most sense. The other option, as you go through the analysis, looks like it would cost more. So the ask for this report, though, is to go through a detailed design service to make sure that that high level feasibility report, to do a deeper dive on it to see if it makes sense before we're committing a lot of money going into making this a zero carbon facility. So usually what would happen for these kinds of services, we would hire an energy services company. And usually the way it works is that we would hire the company to do the design and the construction, so it would be almost like a design build. What we're doing a little bit differently this time is we're asking for an opportunity to do more of an investigation and get I guess more certainty on the costs before council commits to going ahead with it. So we will be coming back with what looks like is probably option 1 anyway, just as we look through the feasibility report, but perhaps if there's anything that has changed since the feasibility report to when we come back to council again, then that will be reflected in the report, if that makes sense, Councillor Whillans.
Yeah, thank you, Jane. And so to you, Councillor Whillans, would you be agreeable to having staff look at all the options and then coming back with a full report?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but I would prefer as option 1. I read through the report. Option 3 wouldn't be, or option 2, sorry, wouldn't be feasible. After speaking to John, who wrote the report, it's a great report. Don't get me wrong, the report's a great report. So, and the MCW did a great report as well. But I mean, if option 2 is feasible, I just think the costs there are going to be a little bit more than what they say they are. But yeah, I'm fine. But I would prefer to have option 1 as the preferred option. But we can also have I guess a report on option 2 as well. Thanks.
If I could help here, Councillor, through the chair. As you read through the report, we would not be recommending something that's probably going to cost you money versus something that isn't. So we'll probably land on option 1 anyway. So I'm okay with the revision, and we'll just, as we go through our different options, there may be variations on option 1 that we might be able to bring forward as well, because we're trying to take into account not just the replacement of existing equipment, but also trying to make sure that we're not impacting the recreational programming, the timing. There's other work that's happening at South Fletchers. So all those different variations will be taken into account when we come back to council.
That's great. That's good. And I just want to, staff to keep in mind that we are sort of on a timeline here with getting our GHG gas reductions are what we wanted to do, our targets. We are coming down. It's 2021 now, and we have to reach something by 2030 by 2030. So just got to keep that in mind, because we know how long it takes for facilities and projects to get passed. But anyhow, thanks.
Yeah, and if I could just add, Councillor Whillans, just on the timing of this, it's our expectation that we're going to have something back to you so that council can make a decision on this, so it can be incorporated in the 2022 budget. So we're eager to get going on it as well. To your point, we do have some timelines that we want to meet in terms of our goals, and this project will definitely help get us there.
Perfect. Good to hear. Thanks.
Thank you. So just for clarity, we will keep all options on the table, then make a decision in the future. Are you happy to move that, Councillor?
Yeah, sure. Yep, that's fine.
Okay, members of committee, moved by Councillor Pleshy. Are you on the board?
Actually, through the chair, maybe perhaps the 2 area councillors would like to move and second this report, if that's okay.
Sure. Okay, moved by Councillor Boland. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Next, we move on to item Mr. Clerk, are we dealing with 12.2.9?
12.2.9 was added to consent. The next item would be under new business. 12.3.1 from Councillor Dillon regarding Ontario Dump Truck Association strike update.
Very good. So, Councillor Dillon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to provide members of Committee of Council an update. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to visit members of the Ontario dump truck industry at their protest site at the MTO Scales on the QEW near Trafalgar. As you may recall, this council resolved to write to the Ontario Minister of Transportation just a few weeks ago, encouraging them to come to the table and work with the industry to address their concerns. It's very disappointing to hear that this has not happened as of yet. The minister has yet to meet with the stakeholders, and there's been no progress in terms of finding solutions and working collaboratively. Mr. Chair, it's difficult to see working people having to protest time and time again just to be heard. It's especially difficult during this pandemic, when we are all under such pressures and many are struggling financially with a slowdown in work, including members of the dump truck industry. Brampton is a transportation hub and home to a large population of truckers. We all know how hard it is and how hard the community has worked and how essential they are in bringing our roads, schools, hospitals, and other vital infrastructure. In building our roads, schools, hospitals, homes, and other vital infrastructure. I've reiterated once again to the members of the Ontario Dump Truck Association and their coalition partners of the support of this council in their efforts to find a satisfactory outcome to this dispute so that workers can get back to earning a living and supporting their families. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Do I have any comments from members? Seeing none, then we'll move on. Councillor question period. Do any members of committee have any questions with regards to today's agenda? Seeing none, move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public with regards to today's works agenda?
There are no questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So our next item is 13.1, the referred matters list. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the referred matters list? I see none. So then we move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public with regards to any item on today's agenda?
There are no questions submitted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So our next item of business is item 15, closed session business. We will proceed into closed session to discuss matters pertaining to a number of items. Item 15.1, which is an open meeting exception under section 239, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And we also will be discussing item 15.2, an open meeting exception under section 239 on personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations. And item 15.3, open meeting exception under section 2392, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations. Item 15.4 was in the consent agenda. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to move into closed session.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, there was the added item 15.5, which is on the screen, the open meeting exception under 2K regarding position plan procedure, criteria, or instructions to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Yes.
Through the chair, this is Samir here, City Solicitor. If I could ask that we also include the exception for solicitor-client privilege, because I've recently got a little bit more context around this topic.
Very good. Anything else? Mr. Clerk?
There is not, Mr. Chair. When we rise and report from public session, the item that was added on consent 15.4, there is a public motion, and committee can deal with that after closed session.
Very good. So we have motion moved by Councillor Dillon. Is there anyone opposed? That carries. So to members of the public watching today's meeting, all meetings of committee must start and end in public session. After closed session completed, as the clerk said, committee will reconvene in public session to complete its business on today's agenda and report out on any actions arising from closed session portion of the meeting, passing a confirming bylaw to confirm the proceedings and decisions from this meeting, and adjourning the meeting. And so now we are adjourned to reconvene at 2:30.
Councillor Santos. And I believe that is it at the moment. So, Mr. Chair, you do have quorum. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We are now completed our closed session, and in the continuing interest of transparency and open government, we will report in public session outcomes from today's closed session business. I will ask the clerk to report what happened in closed session today.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, item 15.1 was an open meeting exception under section 239 2C and 2K of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and a position plan procedure criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. This matter was considered in closed session. Information was received and the matter was deferred to the April 28th Committee of Council meeting. Item 15.2, an open meeting exception under section 239 2B and D of the Municipal Act, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and labor relations or employee negotiations. This matter was considered in closed session. Information was received and no direction was given. Item 15.3, open meeting exception under section 239 2B and D of the Municipal Act, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and labor relations or employee negotiations. This matter was considered in closed session. Information was received and no direction was given. Item 15.4, this item was added to consent. An open meeting exception regarding 2B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. I did mention prior to moving into closed session, there is an accompanying public motion that must be considered as a result of closed session direction. And if, Charlotte, if you can go back to the end of the draft motions, it should be there. And we'll need a member of committee to move that motion. Yes, that should be it.
Okay,
Right there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I'm going to ask if Councillor Bowman would like to move.
Sure.
Moved by Councillor Bowman that the amendments to the Citizen Award selection criteria as recommended by the Citizens Award Selection Committee be approved. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries.
Thank you. And in addition to that public motion, there was direction given to staff in regard to item 15.4. And finally, there's the added new business item, 15.5, which is exceptions under the Municipal Act for, in regards to two items, a position plan, procedure, or criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and a matter that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. This item was considered in closed session. Some information was received and no direction was given to staff. And that's the report out, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Members of committee, our next item of business is item 16, adjournment.
Mr. Chair.
Committee is next scheduled.
My apologies.
To meet on when?
Early in the
Mr.
meeting, during government relations matters, during the COVID update, Councillor Palleschi had a proposed motion regarding air travel. It has been worked on, so staff have a motion that Councillor Palleschi is ready to introduce for consideration at this time.
Thank you. So I'll read out the motion moved by Councillor Palleschi, whereas the spread of the double mutant virus is a threat to the residents of Peel, and whereas a delay in vaccine supply adds additional concerns to our community, therefore be it resolved that the mayor write to the federal government on behalf of council to request the closure of the airport and the imposition of further restrictions to non-essential air travel. You have the motion in front of you, members. Are there any opposed? That carries. So our next item is item 16, adjournment. Committee is next scheduled to meet on Wednesday, April 28th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fertini to adjourn today's meeting. Any opposed? That carries. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Please stay home, stay safe, stay healthy, get your vaccine shot when it's your turn, and continue to practice physical distancing and wear a mask. Thank you very much, all.